Starting
Um,
with Jason.
yeah. So I'm Jason. Uh, I know Ryan from high school,
Hmm.
and I think I think I'm the only. Am I the only one who isn't in Texas?
Uh, that is correct.
Yeah, I'm in Georgia, so I'm actually an hour ahead of you guys.
Yeah,
So
and that is part of the reason why we're keeping the campaign to a 4-hour time window from 6 to 10. Uh, on my screen, Morgan would be next, so let's go with Morgan. Sitting in silence.
Sorry, I hate introductions. I don't know what to say. You already said my name. What else is there to say?
This is Morgan. She is the friend of other Ryan, who is in this group chat, but he will be here a little bit later. Um, she goes to the same college as him, which is in San Antonio ish.
Seguin, kind of
Yeah.
close, ish.
So next would be
I
Paul.
corrected you, then I realized it didn't
Oh,
really matter, seeing
yeah.
as it's like San Antonio area. It's probably not a big difference.
Yes, and you have a lot of cats and other
I was
animals.
just looking at one of them. She's just chilling in the
How many
background.
cats?
Okay,
More than 10.
I don't think it's more than 10. We have two like semi-grown cats. Okay, they're over a year old now because I remember I got them. We got them like 3 weeks before I graduated high school. And we've got one inside-outside cat who has had 2 litters since she's been around. And of those
Litters are like
litters,
6 large,
yeah,
right?
we had 4 in each litter, but in the first litter, we only have 1 left, and on the second litter, we only have 2 left. So they don't always survive, especially not when they go outside sometimes, and we have coyotes.
Mm,
Um,
that's not good.
we had another cat, but he just died a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
The old
What a
one
way
that
to
would
start this
meow.
off.
Yeah,
The
great
old one.
start to the camp to the session. Yeah, my cat died. I'm fine. Uh,
All right.
yeah, there's like 6 cats, I think, off the top of my head. But the 2 little ones are the cutest.
Hmm. And I'm
You
pretty
can
sure
go
they are in
find
the
one.
cat's channel.
They are multiple times.
All right. So next would be Paul.
hello. I am Paul. um, I know Ryan from UH. We did our final semester engineering project together, or final year. Um, um, what else am I supposed to say?
How many cats do you have?
I have one cat. His name is Moogle.
Nice.
And have I posted him? I have that one goofy picture of him in the cat's channel where he's just like covered in light and he looks very. Oh, I posted two.
Yeah, he's also the noir emote in
Yeah,
our chat.
that is my favorite picture of him because he is. I don't know what it is about him, but it's so goofy looking.
Our 2 little cats. We call one of them Sir Willie. He's Sir Willie the Conqueror of Hearts. And we have
Hmm.
the other one we call Sir Wobbles the Unsteady because he has wobbly cat syndrome. So he like toddles around like he's drunk all the time. It's hilarious.
No.
He'll fall over every now and then. It's really funny.
And I suppose I'll introduce myself as well, although all of you know me. I'm Ryan. I am the DM. Whatever else other Ryan said in his introduction. My name is Ryan. I made this server so we could play D&D over Discord. I am the primary DM for the current campaign. We will usually be playing on Saturdays around 6 p.m. CST every other week, barring any schedule conflicts. One of the things we'll be talking about today is whether or not we want to do Saturdays at 6 to 10, or if we want to pick a different day if that works better for everyone else. I don't really have any rules for the server, just don't be a jerk. please feel free to introduce yourself in this channel so everyone knows who you are, quote, original Ryan.
Yeah,
What
I
makes
forgot
him
to do
the
that.
original Ryan?
He's like
'Cause
a couple months
he's the one
older.
who originally said that.
Dang, couple months.
Yeah, he's like April, I think. Yeah.
There's another girl that goes to TLU that has the same exact name as me, and like I'm moving into campus for the summer.
Hmm.
And yesterday I just found out that I was supposed to have been getting emails about moving in for the past 3 weeks, and I haven't been getting any emails about moving in, so I almost like didn't get my
Because it's been
key.
going to the other person.
Yeah.
Okay.
Give me a sec.
All right. But we got a handful of things to, address in this session 0. So let me go ahead and pull up my list here. So there are a handful of things to clarify. We'll just start from the top. The overall theme for this campaign is going to be adventurers who end up responding to the call of fate and help those in need. So I suggest that when you make your characters, think about why they might help someone in need, even if that someone is a complete stranger. Additionally, the main goal of this campaign is for both you and me to tell a good story about the party. And stories where main characters don't get along and have no reason to stick together don't make for too good stories, so keep that into consideration when designing your character and their personalities. Hence why we're having a session 0 where we can have everyone talk to each other, figure out, how different characters will relate to each other. As far as rules go, many of the monsters I have are adjusted versions of existing monsters just to better fit the world. So if you're, for example, you're banking on a Githyanki Knight having 91 HP, or the ability to plane shift, or just existing at all, frankly, that may or may not be the case, depending on where you go, or what the rules of this world are. I'll save this for when other Ryan gets here because he wanted to know about this, and these other things I can just clarify again for him, or he can just refer to the recording because I will be posting these sessions just onto YouTube, onto the Great Bean Machine YouTube channel, just for recap purposes. I'm not really going to try and make it into a show or anything like that, just so we have an easy way to like look back on the plot and see what's happened, just in case we need a refresher and stuff like that. One thing I feel like I should mention, I don't know how it plays into the mechanics of anything, but this planet has no moon. I figured that might be something some people would want to know about. I don't know. If there's like moon-based magic or something, that's not a thing here. Although there will be ways to access lunar objects and like asteroids and stuff. Let's
So
see.
this planet's got no tides.
That's my first thought.
Tides and waves and
tides
everything.
are partially due to the sun as well.
Fair enough.
But the tides are lesser on this planet, we'll say. Although you still have to deal with like the Coriolis effect and stuff like that, which I have put into consideration for the larger map. Oh, here's a big chunk of text. So in this campaign, your level will be based on main story milestones. So this is not to discourage you from straying from the main story, as there's a very vast world to explore. The world I've designed is literally the same like square mileage of the moon, just by pure coincidence. When I was looking up like planetary radii, it's moon-sized apparently. Going back to my comment about there is no moon on this world is not the moon. I'll just clarify that.
That would have been a twist.
Yeah, but no, it's not the moon. There's just no moon on this planet. And that may or may not tie into the story. Who knows? Let's see. But yeah, the world is vast, so take time to explore it if you want. That's definitely up to your volition, or you can just stick to the main story and just like basically like gunning the main storyline in Skyrim. Just go for the main story and then if you want, you can do the other quests afterwards as well, depending on just how you're feeling. In a gameplay sense, this would be correlating to your characters not getting stronger without facing stronger foes. So, finding 900 pine cones for a quest, or killing all the squirrels, that won't get you to level 20. Killing all the squirrels would maybe get you like to level 2, because squirrels aren't that strong. But as far as the bounds of the main story go, it'll be very broad in nature. There's a main quest line that you can follow, and this campaign will definitely revolve around that main story. But the way I've planned things out is that you can take time to do side quests, and there are certain events that will cause the story to progress based on your interaction. And additionally, the plot line should hopefully be clearly enough presented, but it can also change according to how you go about things. Standard stuff. And I suppose we can start with difficulty selection, because I have a handful of homebrew rule sets that I would maybe like to try out here and just get your yays or nays against before initiating those past the regular D&D rules. Let's see here. What is this? Okay. So, there is the rule of no critical failures. So if you are in a battle and you roll a 1, what do you want critical failures to do? If you roll a 1 to hit, do you want it to hit your party member? Do you want it to just miss? Or do you just want to, even add your modifier there, because maybe you could still hit? And that's something, up to your volition for selecting difficulty.
One of my favorite things to do with nat ones, and in a few sessions that I've had, we usually play it such that it's up to given the situation of what's going on and the fact that we rolled a nat 1, it's usually we have the DM describe some horrible thing that just goes completely awry.
Okay.
Just
I definitely think it's a lot funnier to have failures matter.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
It could completely throw something off, but in a really fun way.
I think critical failures
It
are
also,
just too
killing
funny
you,
to
but,
not have.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. Next, difficulty rule is permadeath. Basically taking away the ability to resurrect under most circumstances. Or not resurrect, no, resurrect, that is the word. Or revivify, maybe? As well. So basically this means you get to cycle through characters faster if you just want to play, a lot of characters. Or of course we could do this on a death by death basis. One thing I will be doing with deaths, regardless of what we choose, is, after that session, I will be asking the player individually, each one of you, whoever ends up dying, does your character want to return back to life? And so in the next session, the rest of the party could try and revive you using a revivify spell or resurrection of some sort, and that could bring your character back based upon whether or not you want to return. And I'm considering making it a constitution roll if you want to return, to see how strongly you want to return.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something, how would you all like to go about that? Because we could have permadeath, or we could have just regular rules, or we could have, do you want to return sort of idea.
I've usually played in one. I've never played in one where you could resurrect your character, so I think that's kind of interesting, honestly.
The revivify spell itself only works within a minute of the death, anyway. There's
Right.
true resurrection or something that is within the past 200 years. And I think that's a little, I don't know, but I don't know
This is more
really,
so like
because
a rule for, cycling through characters if your character dies. This
yeah,
gives you
I
more
don't know, because
opportunities to switch characters.
this is technically only really my like third campaign, and one of them was like on and off throughout last fall. So I haven't even played that one since like January, and then I've been
Mhm.
playing like the other one that we're in together, and like so I don't have a terrible amount of experience with different play styles. So I have no idea whether it's more fun to cycle through characters or whether it's fun to stick to the same one.
Mhm.
So I'm not really sure.
I feel like that's a player by player basis because I've not played too many campaigns myself, but I have a few friends who are really, really, really into D&D and have done a
Mhm.
lot of stuff themselves. And there's one friend I know who makes characters in their free time just for fun.
I do this.
And so eventually they'll get tired of the character they're playing and not be attached to them anymore, and will want them to die in the campaign so that they can play the new character that they're obsessed with. So
Hmm.
that
Okay.
person definitely likes cycling characters and stuff, but I feel like that's more of a player by player thing.
Okay, so it sounds like the sort of do you want to return sort of thing, which would factor into the DC of a given resurrection spell.
Hmm.
So we'll go with that going forward. Let's see.
Imagine having a character that just does not want to come back at all, but the Constitution roll is like super high,
Yeah.
so they come back and they're bitter about
Well,
it.
no, if the player says, I don't want my character to return, that I would then factor that decision into the DC of bringing the character back. And so when the party goes to revive that character, that DC would be up by 5 more.
Yeah,
Depending
but like
on
imagine the
the
DC is
character.
like super high, and you still make the DC, and it's like the character comes back to life. They're super bitter about being still alive.
So
I feel
funny.
like that definitely
That'd be fun.
provides like
That would be fun. That would
a
be cool.
strong like story point for the character, because like this character wanted to stay dead.
No.
Now they have to deal with the fact that they have to.
Satisfied with the way he died, and now it's like,
Yeah.
now what?
It's like a Lieutenant Dan type situation. I was supposed to die. Why'd you save me? Let's see. This was a rule I was gonna do for the Drunken Tales one shots, which is, I mean, we can. Well, I guess I'll talk about it now, just in case we end up doing one shots at some point. But this is a rule I've like kept in my back pocket for a while. But stupidity dice, basically, to keep things like interesting, but not super serious for one shots. Each session or like each one shot, each person gets a stupidity die, which is basically like an inspiration die that you can use at any point to change anything. So the higher the roll on the die, the sillier the things that the player who rolls the die can make it. And it can only affect like visual or auditory descriptions. Or actually, in a one shot, I'd say if you roll a stupidity die and it's a nat 20, you can make the BBEG explode. But for the sake of the main campaign, I think we'll keep a cap on that for now. And if we ever end up doing one shots or alternative sessions of the sort, we can bring that one back out. Let's see, what is the status of other Ryan coming in? He said he might be here at 7. Looks like he's still offline. I guess I'll take a second to introduce the other characters as well. So the other person named Ryan is not me. In fact, it is someone else. It's the person Morgan goes to college with. Although I don't know if you have any of the same classes.
We don't.
Yeah.
We like I was so lucky that we did meet, because otherwise I would have had no D&D this semester, which would have made me die inside.
But other Ryan, I've known since elementary school, and he is the main DM for the other campaign Morgan, Jason, and I are in. And so he's a bit rules lawyery, which is why I'm kind of changing up some of the stats and stuff, just so he doesn't know the stats for an enemy going in. So he can't be like, that dragon's not supposed to be able to shoot lightning out of its eyeballs.
Metagaming.
But no, my source is I made it up. So, so yeah, he may think he knows what's going on in the rules or like in the stats, but maybe he doesn't. And then the other character is Mario. He is also a mechanical engineer like me, and he is new to the whole concept of D&D. He's never played before, but I invited him to see what see how he would like it, because I think he'd be pretty good at D&D, all things considered, knowing his personality. But he will not be able to make it today because he is at an engineering conference, and then next week I'll do a mini session 0 with him, and then hopefully he will be able to join for session 1. And session 1, speaking of, will be conducted as a one-shot, essentially. So there's going to be a self-contained story in this town of Dolem that you can see in the mini-map on the bottom left. And that story will, have a start and an end during that single session, and it'll end with you get to say what you do for the next week or so in this town. And so if you don't want your character to stick around, or if, for instance, Mario is not maybe so interested in D&D as he thought he might, his character can just stay in town, or he can go off into the distance. But, just getting a feel for things with the session 1 feels like the right sort of move to make. But then in session 2, which you'll be leveling up to level 3, is where the actual continuous story starts. But yeah, I feel like that's everything I need to clarify going in. So let's go ahead and talk about character designing. Who so far has a character that they've been working on? I know Morgan has.
I just finished typing up the introduction thing that I was talking about the other day.
And by the way, if you don't want to reveal all of your character details, I know there's some stuff with the family that may or may not be secret, you don't have to share that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how much you want to keep secret or how much you want to reveal through storyline and stuff.
But revealing the stuff about your character that you think other players, would probably be able to identify right away. And have you, Paul, or Jason done any work defining any sort of character types?
I haven't done anything, I'm going to be honest.
That's fine. That's what this session's for.
I've thought about it, but not really. Not sure what I want to do.
All right, so
I have 2 different characters that could be cool for this campaign, but I think I'm going to stick with the original one that we already talked about.
I do really like your rogue character. Paul, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I do have a question about character backstory.
Sure.
How long is too long?
Same question.
So I think I said keep it to a handful of paragraphs,
Noted.
this many or less, not counting in binary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not what is this? 32, 31 technically.
Counting like a normal person.
Yeah. Using decimal.
So yeah, five paragraphs, kind of introducing your character, what they're about, sort of thing. If there's an event that you want to spend a paragraph on, yeah.
Yeah, I have 2 paragraphs of just general backstory things, relationships and stuff. And I'm gonna have a first person narration, kind of of him leaving home, and then that's it. And I'm only doing the first person part to kind of get into character a little bit.
Oh, and one thing I will say about the starting setting is that the start of session 1 is all of you have gone to this town of Dolem, which is a city on a large lake, which of course connects to a large river as well that you can see there. And you're here for the the Salmon Festival, which is basically just a large fishing festival that is hosted in this town every year to celebrate the salmon flowing or swimming back up this river and getting into a choke point in the river where fishing is quite good. So you'll be at this sort of carnival type area, and stuff may ensue. Hijinks may ensue. So, think about why your character might be ending up in this town or visiting this festival for some reason. As far as the other players' classes go, so for Ryan, he's looking at a wizard. For Mario, he's going to be doing a barbarian. And I think, Morgan, you said you're doing a rogue.
Yeah, at first.
Yeah, so a rogue to a paladin, I think
Yeah,
is what you said.
rogue to potentially paladin. Like
Like a
I need a few
multi-class.
levels in rogue first to justify his backstory.
And then, yeah, so Jason and Paul, the stage is yours to, kind of look at your classes, what you would like.
Let me pull up D&D Beyond real quick.
So it's very convenient because I've been throwing around the idea of playing a bard, maybe.
Okay.
Which festival makes it really. It should be easy enough to get him into town, and then
Yep.
also seems to work with what everyone's going with so far.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm
and
gonna have to look
what
for
I'll
some
say about
stuff.
like character class selection or subclasses or races, I don't have all of the sources for the D&D material, but if you want to do whatever, or even just look up sources that you might not even have, and like write the traits and features in your notes, that's fine. There will be some bars that I'll put for like. One thing I guess I'll mention is that in this world, it's a planet. There are no alternative planes that you can go to. So if you build a character off of plane shifting as like your main ability, I'll probably, I'll tell you now that there aren't going to be any planes to shift to.
I have a friend who suggested that I make a goblin that just wants to play the flute, but his dad made him become a cleric. And I can just carry around a flute but not be any good at it. Now, I don't know how
I have a
we're
character
allowed to
that
make it, but
I have a character that I think I'm gonna save for a campaign because the storyline could potentially be really fun. For like long-term backstory resolution of a character who's a bard but she's mute.
okay.
Interesting.
It'll be fun to play her eventually because it's my first ever female character, and I'm planning on doing it long term, which will be weird.
I'm not
But
sure
yeah.
how well that would work.
The
Because
Yeah,
like
I
in
know,
D&D, you gotta
it
talk
would
to the
have
other
to-
characters.
It would depend a lot on like who's DMing too, on whether they'd be willing to
'Cause,
work
like,
with that.
You
Part of
could
her
bard by
story
like
would be
playing
trying to
instruments and
find
stuff.
her own voice, like to find a way to be able to talk again.
Hmm.
Like I made 2 mute characters because I wanted one to be like searching for a way, like that could be like the plot of what she's traveling for. And I have another one that's like he doesn't mind being mute. He quite enjoys it. It means he doesn't have to socialize.
Okay.
Neither of which are being played here. It's not gonna be a thing here, but like I've got so many characters.
Just for the record, I will never play a charisma-based character because I suck.
Oh no, I
was
suck at charisma
upset.
too. You should see. It's so funny. All the characters in our other campaign have really high charisma scores, but all the players are socially awkward. So all the characters are also just super socially awkward. My character has like an 18 or 19 in charisma, and he's the worst. It's so fun to play him. He's also very sad.
It's funny because the idea I've had for the bard that I've been throwing around my head is that he's a bard, but he's also just he's like an idiot savant type thing where he is really good at what he does. He's not there to socialize.
That's pretty much like the mute guy is also like another just mute bard who's autistic and loves music and travels around and plays music and meets other musicians just for the music. He doesn't care about people or entertaining them. He just wants to play the music. I mean, he uses it to get money because that's what his parents taught him to do so he could actually survive on his own. But like other than that, he's just like, no, I'm just minding my business doing music and he's gonna get sucked into something. It'd be really funny. Also, I hate charades, and that's going to be like the one way to communicate as my character, and that would be interesting and also very awkward.
Yeah, I think for now I will veto the idea of doing a
Yeah,
mute
no.
character, especially for my first campaign, like
Oh yeah,
official
no,
campaign.
no,
rather.
no, no, no. My character in this campaign is not mute. That's like a character for like a future campaign that I play very far in the future when I'm way more experienced with D&D and can manage a mute character.
Actually, for that character, you know, if you end up realizing that character, what you could do is you could, you know, give them some sort of like animal companion or something like that, or like just a side character. So it'd be two characters, and one can like translate for the other, so that you
That could be
could
fun.
play the translator when you're talking and play
You have
the
a
actual
sibling.
character when you're fighting.
I don't think sibling relationships are used enough in media. There aren't nearly enough good sibling relationships.
I have a friend who's playing a mute character and communicates through sign language. And he is making sure that another person in the party is able to read sign language so that will actually work.
See, and that's what I was talking about, like with the like a more long-term character, is that like potentially the other party members could like be like, oh yeah, maybe we should try to learn sign language to communicate with our friend here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's because
Again, this is not something I'm going to play in a
introducing
while, but
Groot
like
without having Rocket, if that makes
I
sense.
just watched that last night. I just watched Guardians of the Galaxy last night.
Nice. It's a good movie.
It was at like 2 a.m.
I've never seen any of the Guardians of the Galaxy, but
They're
plan to
pretty
at
decent.
some point.
I've seen parts of 1 and then 2. So
all I
it was
know about the
very
first one is they
confusing.
used a lot of music and everyone liked the soundtrack a lot.
Yeah. So Paul, did you have a class selection?
Just scrolling through right now. Honestly, might go cleric,
Okay.
but I don't. I'm trying to play things that I haven't played before. Because most of the time I've either played sorcerer or fighter, and I want to try playing some other things.
And I will say, you will have a DPS and damage sponge in Mario's character, because he's playing a Goliath barbarian.
Let's see here. Maybe wizard?
So what are you thinking for classes, Jason?
I think I might actually go with that bard idea.
Okay.
Just provide inspiration without saying a word, because my musical skills with whatever instrument I'm playing with is so amazing. Obviously.
Yeah. This man's just gonna pull out a triangle, give it a good old ding-a-ling, and it's gonna inspire everyone.
Arakakra cleric.
Ooh.
That would be interesting.
Can't stab the cleric if the cleric is fine.
And I think Ryan said his wizard character would be a turtle, so that he could be a wizard with actual AC.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Hold on.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
Honestly,
gonna send
I
you
think I
something,
might.
Ryan. It's
Okay.
all I can think of when you said that. It doesn't quite work perfectly, but
Turtle with the hat.
it's
Nice.
Turtle
Is that
Pope.
Elden Ring?
It is Elden Ring.
Nice. Whoa, what did I just do? No, actually, create a channel called Quests. And we'll put that under or over maps, I'd say.
Oh, sick. Does Bard get the gust cantrip? How are we doing ability score calculations?
Ability score calculations. So for each stat, I believe it's you roll 5 d6s, and you take the highest 4. But we're gonna say just pulling Ryan's rule for rolling ability scores. If you get a 1 on your ability score rolls, you can go ahead and take a d6 and re-roll that.
If you're doing it through
until it's
D&D
not a 1.
Beyond, it's the manual rolled, the manual / rolled option. Yeah.
It'll take care of all that for you. Take everything into account on D&D Beyond.
Yeah.
I learned a method of rolling recently from a friend who's been DMing for quite a while. That ensures that you don't get completely broken stats right off the bat. Essentially, you'll designate one ability score, any of the, 5?
6.
6. Before rolling, you'll use the first of the following methods on that ability score, and then the second for the other 5. So for the first one that you designate, roll 2d8, keep the highest one, and then add 12. So you can get a maximum of 20 on that one. And
Okay.
for the rest of them, roll 2d8, keep the highest, and add 7. So the max you can get is 15 on the rest of them. So you can't get super lucky and get like 2 20s, an 18, a 16.
I've seen another way of limiting it is having like if you add up all the ability scores together total, having like a minimum and maximum. So like if you add up all the scores and it doesn't reach a certain number, you can re-roll one of them or something. Or like if you add them all together and it goes over a certain number, then you have to re-roll one of them. That way you don't have like a huge amount, which I tend to get either really lucky or really unlucky with scores.
I mean, I'm fine with leaving your abilities at the start, just to the luck of the draw.
Trying to see how.
And I mean, if you get high, that's cool. If you get low, that's also cool, because low stats can lead to some pretty interesting moments.
Yeah. Yeah, I already rolled for my character. You might want to check just to make sure, but I don't think it's too bad either way.
Yeah. Are you in the campaign?
Yeah, I already joined it.
I will be an Aarakocra.
I guess I need to reload.
And I might actually choose Ranger instead. Is anyone else doing Ranger?
No.
No. Okay.
Nobody is. All right. Sweet. Oh, a thing I should probably clarify for you, Jason, because you've already put in a last name. In this world, the way I'm handling names is that most people just have their first name, but nobles would have a last name as well, or additional names after that. So if you are thinking about playing a commoner, maybe just stick to the first name. But if you're playing someone of like noble descent or like high stature, a last name is kind of like a fancy formality, I guess, so people can like track their families and stuff. So you are Jared.
Oh, I may have just clicked on the suggestion.
The auto-generate.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm just gonna say in my spreadsheet of like different stats that I'm storing for every character, I currently have all of you listed as Grimblin, Gromblin, Greg, George, and G Money.
Can I be G Money?
Right. Well,
I think you are G Money actually.
Let's go.
Oh no, Ryan's G Money.
I have an actual
George.
name now, which, regardless of if my race changes, will not be changed. So, I claim George because my character's name is now George.
Nice. All right, so we got George instead of Grimblin. We've got name here instead of Gromblin because he hasn't figured out his name yet. Who else do we have?
Okay, my stats are kind of funny.
We got Liam instead of Greg.
We got some like average, like middle of the road +0 modifier level stuff, and then we have 18 and 15s.
Ooh.
So
yeah, I got one good stat, one bad stat, and then several okay stats.
I might re-roll mine because I don't have any negative.
I mean, if you want to.
I don't know. I have like an 11, 2 12s, a 14, a 16, and a 19. I don't know how overpowered that is because, again, I don't have much context for characters.
From what I've seen, usually if you have no minuses and everything pluses, that's fine. It just means you don't really have any bad stuff. It's just usually up to the discretion of the DM. I've had insane luck with the draw before to where I've had to reroll. So, hey Ryan, do I have your permission to do 2 sets of rolls and choose the funnier one?
Sure.
And I promise funny does not mean better. Like, I would love to see some real, like, just the 2 extremes, like, have a -5 to something and then have, like, a +5 to something, like, right off the bat.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think I'm going with an Aarakocra Ranger. Now I'll have to come up with backstory stuff. Because the reason I asked was because for a campaign that I had played in the past, that unfortunately ended early because scheduling conflicts with everyone, I had written 5 pages worth of stuff, 1,500 words.
Nice.
So I just had to be sure what was good.
I just freaked out for a second because I was missing 2 of my, I have like this one set of like metal dice, and I was missing 2 of my d6s, and I got scared for a second, and I remembered I used them to prop up my computer a little bit because when I'm playing Minecraft, my computer gets really hot. So I prop it up so that air can flow better underneath it.
Fair enough.
Nice.
I forgot that's where they went.
I only have one set of die, but I got everything. They're Minecraft slime inspired, so.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I've got so many. These are my good ones that I use because they have not screwed me over very hard yet. I've got this one that I will not use on anything important simply because I let my DM borrow it last semester, and we destroyed. It had like 63 health to start with, and we destroyed it completely without taking a single point of damage from it. He was using this die, and it rolled so bad so many times. It was hilarious, but then he gave it back to me afterward. He's like, "Yeah, can I have a different die now?"
I'm just here using a single D20 that I got from like under my car seat from the previous owner.
Okay, so my rolled stats this time are definitely a lot funnier.
All right, nice.
We have 2 10s, a 15, 14, 13, and a 6.
Nice.
Wait, how did you roll? Did you roll like 1, 1, and 2, 3 2s or something like that?
1, 1, 2, 3, yep. And it discarded one of the ones, so that is. Well, hold on. A 6
That's the
is
worst
a -2. All right, I kind of want to keep that one then. I know it's actively screwing me over in one sense, but it's really funny. And with how I'm thinking my character's backstory is going to be right now, I think that might go to charisma.
Four 13s. 4 13s, an 11, and a 14. Like, what is that?
It's 6. Okay.
It's also slightly less overpowered. I'm gonna go do that.
What's that?
I didn't check whether Xander would be overpowered or not. So I have this one character, which I'm saying this for one guy who doesn't know who Xander is. He's a sorcerer, but he's got like a +2 to strength, just because like I had extra points to spare and I decided to put it on strength. So he's like I don't think he even has any zeros. I think his slowest one is a +1.
For Mario's character, he was the stats I sent in chat like a little while ago. 2 plus 4s, 2 plus 2s, and 2 plus 1s. Very, very stacked. He almost has a +5 in strength, actually, because his strength is 19. He's got a +6 on strength saving throws. We'll just put this character art in there.
Okay, how's that better? Wait.
How's what better?
I just put in the new stats and it like made him better. Give me a second. He went from having a +0 and then like 1s and 2s to having all +2s and a 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
Now that is over. Give me a second. I don't get it. This point.
As funny as the 6 set is, I think I'm gonna stick with my original one.
And also, since we do have a history major among us, I will say that I do have 30,000 years of history written for this character or for this setting.
I was gonna ask you how much lore you had for this world.
A lot. How much is still remembered by the people in the present is up for debate.
Far less.
But how much is known by me is a lot. So if
I
if
can't
your
wait to
character
like
ends up looking into
hyperfixate
history,
on making a world for a campaign and like do the same thing. Like it's
Hmm.
gonna be a great like week or two to be trapped in my own head.
Actually, yeah, no, the history goes way farther than 30,000 years now that I think about it.
Right.
Yo, that was a cat.
She's sitting in her favorite spot, which is like a fabric box up on the window.
Nice.
I love that cat.
Cool cat. She's actually the nice one. We have one that we're working on training her to like being outside because we don't like her being inside. She's been inside since she was little, so you can't just kick her out.
Actually, speaking of cats, one thing I wanted to ask y'all about is how like evil do you want the majority of this world to be? Like, if you're coming out or like walking past a bar and like a couple patrons walk out and they see a cat like on a box or something, do you want those people to like, oh wow, there's like a cat, let's go pet it, or do you want them to be like, yo, there's a cat, let's shoot in the face? Like,
On a scale,
we could go
pet the cat
either
to
way.
kill the cat. How evil!
How kill the cat or pet the cat? How evil do you want the world to be? Because like I could make things very vile, or I could make it like relatively normal, or I could make it like, oh hey, everyone just likes cats because like
Why wouldn't you like
cats are cool.
cats?
I think on the scale from pet the cat to kill the cat, I I I think somewhere in the middle, just be like, oh, there's a cat.
Scare the cat or kick the cat, maybe, but not kill the cat.
Kill
Okay.
the cat, let me chase
Anywhere
it.
from scare the cat to kick it.
Okay.
So I'm looking at my stat stuff real quick, and that 18 I rolled, I put it on, and it turns out because of Aarakocra, I get a +2 to that, so I just have a 20 right off the bat.
It's Constitution, I think.
It's a +2 to Dex.
Dex. Okay, that makes sense too.
I re-rolled, put him in, and it was still overpowered, so I re-rolled again, and it's still like decently powered. Like there's still no negatives, but I'm afraid if I roll again, it's still just gonna be overpowered or just super duper bad. So I've just given up. It's back to pretty much what it was originally, like
Okay.
maybe a little less. So I'm just gonna leave it alone.
And I guess also similar to that question of kill the cat versus pet the cat. How difficult do you want encounters to be? Do you want it to be like relatively easy, kind of like you're powerful and you can handle most of what's thrown at you, or do you want it to be like Dark Souls difficulty, or do you want it to be like I don't know, Zelda difficulty, where like depending on how much questing you do, it could be more easy or more difficult?
I think Dark Souls funny. Dark Souls difficulty would be really funny, but
I've never played Dark
It definitely
Souls.
has to fit like the vibe of the Dark Souls is known for being like absurdly difficult.
I played it for the first time recently, and let me tell you, I spent probably an hour on a part that is supposedly not that hard. Anyways, apparently I just suck at Dark Souls.
I only play Minecraft. Minecraft
Are
is
you
the only
talking
game I
about-
play.
What part are you talking about? The tutorial area?
No, I beat the first guy, and then I go out, and right after you teleport out of the first area is the part that I'm talking about. Now that I think about it, I don't know if that part's super hard or not. There's not all that many dudes to kill, but they kept killing me, so.
I've 100%ed Elden Ring. I've not done I do own Dark Souls, but it's a lot different. It's a lot more different than Elden Ring is. So it is kind of hard.
It's a hard game,
especially in comparison. Yeah.
I have not played Elden Ring though. I need to do that at some point.
Very good. I love the. Clearly, I got all of the achievements.
No. Oh, 100%.
Yeah,
He even defeated Melina.
yeah. I
Or however you
defeated.
pronounce it.
I defeated Melania.
All I know is I don't know much about that game, but I do know that it's a big game, so that's impressive.
Let's see. I have. I've also still played it afterwards, but I have 120 hours in it. It's basically the game I played most this semester. Was that I reinstalled it right before I went back to school, and that's what I've been doing.
I'm now curious how many hours I have logged in Zelda already.
Oh, that reminds me.
Having
When
had
you
it for a
said
couple days.
I
collect
wonder how many hours
900,
I have logged in just the server that I've been playing on for like 4 weeks on Minecraft.
when you
I
said
know there's a
sorry.
couple weeks mid-semester where I was playing Minecraft for 40 to 50 hours a week. Like, it was bad. I was falling behind on grades, kind of like.
But yes, that was a reference to the Korok seeds.
Yeah, that's why I was I just started laughing when you said 900 pine cones.
I mean, hey, if you want to be king of the pine cones and get like a piece of poop for collecting all the pine cones, it'll be a big and glorious piece of poop.
Perfect.
Your weapon can be like Dionysus's staff. Dionysus' like weapon that he's
The god
known
of the
for
forge,
is
right?
it's a staff with a pine cone on the end. It smacks somebody in the face and really mess them up.
Seems like a wizard staff. Or no, it's a druid staff.
Mm-hmm.
Time played on the server 5.42 days.
Apparently, I haven't had Zelda long enough to get a time estimate from the Switch.
Oh
100
Oh
no.
wait, I can just look at my save file.
130 hours.
It does take like a little bit of time for it to actually register. I've always found that annoying. Like I want to look at
I
how much
played-
time I've spent in this one game.
I played Zelda, what was it, Hyrule Warriors? I went to the Grand Canyon for my senior trip last spring and for spring break. And the whole way back we drove, and all the way back from Arizona to like Seguin in like San Antonio area, I played it the whole car ride back because I don't get car sick. And I did not quite beat the game in that time, but I got pretty close. I was like got up to the final battle, and then it was too hard, and I just gave up because we were like almost home.
Oh, and I will say, just because we are going to be posting this public, because I'm too lazy to hit the like unlisted button, make sure like everything is like all closed loop and stuff. Also, you can just see it on the channel page when you go there, if it's public. Try not to dox yourself too much, you know, because I know you
Yeah.
mentioned Seguin, and Seguin's pretty small.
Yeah.
My
We also mentioned
SSN
specifically
is
TLU and stuff, so like I think Seguin's pretty fair game.
My name is blank. My address is blank. My IP
Yeah, this is
address
my
is blank. My
full
social
name.
security
This is
number
my-
is blank.
what's
Here,
your
let me
mother's
just
What are
grab-
the
Let me
three
just
magic
grab
numbers
my
on the back of
driver's
your credit card?
license real quick and flash that at the camera.
Yeah, here, let me get my passport actually and show the camera.
I don't have a passport.
Oh. I'll get my social security card and show it to the camera.
I might have a passport. I don't know. I think I was a baby though, so I don't know if babies need passports.
A good question. I think they
Good
do.
question, yeah.
Or if they're, I
We
think
might
it's
not
like
have
if you're
actually
below
crossed
3 or
the
something, they
border.
don't.
We went to Niagara Falls, so I don't know if we
Hmm.
actually crossed the border or not.
That's still within the U.S.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, one
it's
side of it
The
is.
segmented.
tourist part of it. The tourist part of it is still in the U.S.
Yeah, well, my grandparents lived in Canada at the time, so I don't know if we actually went over the border to meet them or if we stayed in the U.S.
Your parents just put you in a duffel bag and said, "Yeah, this is encyclopedias."
Yeah. Several copies of the Encyclopedia Britannica
I
specifically.
don't think I weighed as much as several copies of the encyclopedia. It's a pretty small baby.
Let's see here. All right, I actually went with the other stat rolls because I feel like I don't want to have a 20 right off the bat personally.
Up to you.
So you'll have the 6 instead.
I'll have the 6 to charisma, so -2.
See, I make up for my accidentally awesome characters by disadvantaging them in the middle of combat, like making myself roll extra on saves for wild magic surges and stuff. Because I think it's funny when bad things happen to my character. Gives me more opportunity for angst.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, yeah. Even with my worse roll, I still have a 17 to the one that I had a 20 in before, so we're still good.
Nice.
And plus,
So
I
we
still
got
have
stats.
stuff.
So let's see. Next page on the character creator is backgrounds. I already know your background, Morgan, so we can breeze over you.
I've typed it up, but like that's for your eyes.
Yeah. We'll have a squishy
So-
magic user.
I was gonna say he's online now. I don't know if he's actually gonna join or not. Oh, he's on mobile.
He was at a place. That's as far as I know.
With a thing.
Yeah,
I'm
at a
also at a
time. If
place.
you don't like it, try a different place at a different time. What are you thinking for background, Jason?
Um,
And share only what you want to share with the rest of the party.
so like either the son of some noble who is constantly disappointed in him because he's just some kid who likes playing music and not a perfect noble son or whatever, or merchant kid. I think I might go with the noble one though. That's what I've
Okay.
sort of the little brief thing I have so far.
All right. So as far as, well, sure. I'll explain this to everyone since it's general knowledge of the world. Got a text. Okay, that's fine. So there are 3 continents. The one we're starting on is Edelstein. It is the biggest of the 3, and it is the most, I guess, medieval type of the 3. There is to the west, there is Schmeraldi, and that is a society based highly on magic, and they have a sort of high council type of government. And so there's not really necessarily nobility there, but there is like council members. Jason has disappeared, maybe?
I that was a mistake.
Okay. And then to the south of Edelstein is Orodon, and that is, Schmeraldi, by the way, is like a very high magic society. So you think of like an elven society, I guess. Very, very magical based in nature. And then
Very
to the
snobby.
south. Navi? Oh, like the Avatar characters
I don't know.
or world?
What Avatar characters? Clarify.
Like, are you talking about the blue people, the Navi?
No,
talking
no,
about,
no.
like-
Like, are they snobby? Like, are they
Oh,
snob
snobby.
everybody? Like, oh yeah, we're better than you because we do magic.
Well, unless you're from that country, basically travel is blocked between the 3 continents due to political roughage, we'll say. But basically, it would take a black market or like, some sort of illegal trade to get magical items from Schmeraldi into Edelstein. And usually people do not travel from Schmeraldi to Edelstein. Usually, there are people who try to smuggle themselves, or like, I guess, pirate themselves over from Edelstein to Schmeraldi. So that's the ties between those 2 countries. And then to Orodon to the south, that is a very non-magic heavy society. Whatever magic potential there is incredibly limited, and they focus more on the martial aspect of the world, or like of the classes in their fighters and such. And so, again, there's not much trade from Edelstein to Oradon, but there is trade from Oradon to Edelstein, just because Oradon has a high restriction on magic usage in their in the bounds of their continent, and Oradon has a lot of royalty, or at least it used to. Currently, in Oradon, they're trying to unify the different areas or kingdoms into one unified government by taking down the power structures of kings and stuff. So there's parts of Oradon that are still based with royalty or have like kingdoms in them, but those kingdoms are currently under strife. So if you are, say, a refugee in your character, you may or may not be escaping from Oradon. And currently the new government of Oradon is essentially a sort of republic, a large group of governing bodies, basically the people who have been put in place of the different kingdoms in place of the kings, who then report on the comings and goings of each different area. And I feel like that's a good recap of the three countries. I guess I didn't do too much detail about Edelstein. Edelstein is basically split into three regions. There's the West Wing, there's the Highlands, and then there's the East Wing of Edelstein. And then there's also the, I believe I called them the Scorched Lands. Let me check my map here and make sure I don't reveal the details of the map. Okay, cool. Labels. Zoom in. Countries, Edelstein. Regions. Yes, the Scorched Lands. And actually, I can, once I close these labels, and we'll take away key locations as well. There we go. We can actually show the map here. And so, as you can see, can you see my mouse? That is a good question. Here we go. So this here is Schmerali, this leftmost continent. This here is Edelstein, and the border is a little messy between this swamp region here. And then here's Oradon. And most of the remaining kingdoms are off in this section here. And also down here as well. So for Edelstein here, over here is Dolam, where you will be starting off by this lake. This area here constitutes the west wing of Edelstein. This area here constitutes the Highlands, and this area here constitutes the east wing. And then this red and orange area here is the Scorched Lands. And then up above here is the Slate Mountains that are kind of like unclaimed territory. And we have a Ryan here now. Welcome. He's gonna be wearing a hood or a Batman hat.
You were close.
You did the wrong voice.
Hello.
Oh, sorry.
You were close.
You were close.
Oh my god, it's Batman.
I'm Batman. So
All
what did I
right.
miss?
So you missed a fair bit of
I'm a
basically. I just
Batman.
explained the world. If you
I
want,
missed
I can
the
explain it all again for you. While the others work on their backgrounds. We were just moving into the background area. So
that would be great because I
can-
zoned out for half of it.
Okay, I
Nice.
was gonna say you can catch me up later, but if more, we can.
I
also-
realized halfway
also-
through your explanation that I had zoned out and was like, wait a second, maybe I should be paying attention.
All right,
I
I'm
also may have
gonna
missed
set
some
up
parts.
OBS record this? Because apparently no one
Oh
else.
yeah, this is being recorded.
Oh, good.
So all of
I can update it.
from the things I clarified, all of the sessions will be recorded and just posted publicly. Publicly, mainly because I'm too lazy to try and like hide things into unlisted sections, but also just so that when you go to the channel page, you can actually see the different videos and more easily reference your way through.
So public, not unlisted?
Public, not unlisted, correct. So
Gotcha,
don't
thank you.
dox yourself. Your address is 12345 George Washington Street. There you go.
You just said don't dox yourself, and then you dox me like that? Come on, man.
No, I just doxed myself.
You said your address.
Hey, y'all live in the same house?
Wait, you're
I mean,
here.
they're both
Hold on.
Ryan, so
I gotta check the attic real quick.
I
oh,
would
and
like
by
to
the way,
say
for
1, 2, 3,
distinction
4, 5
purposes,
George Washington Drive actually exists.
Of course
So you
it does.
doxed a rando.
Someone.
and
Hopefully it wasn't one of us.
for clarity purposes, I will be Ryan DM. He will be Ryan 1, I guess.
Why do I have to be Ryan 1 instead of just Ryan Player, Ryan DM?
I have
that
already
works too.
had several confusing moments of seeing a notification from like Ryan DM and thinking it was for the other
Wait,
server, even though I know like he has different names. I just see Ryan DM. I'm like, okay, it's DM Ryan.
it's
Or we could
me-
bring him back to
which Ryan?
we could bring Ryan back to high school and call him Dipper Hat.
You're not help. I mean,
You know,
yeah.
call me Squoto. That takes me really far back.
Ooh.
None of you know that reference.
I feel like I do know that reference. I feel like I was
Do
there
you?
for that.
You were not. That was Philmont.
Oh, I feel like no, I feel
correcting
like it
it, Philmont.
predated that. But okay.
No, it came from Philmont. Anyway, I don't mean to derail what was happening.
Why not
yeah, so I was
Icy and
just-
Jackie? That's what I like to call you too.
Yeah, that works.
That also would work, but
My
you know,
gamer tag.
that's the easy way of doing it.
Yeah, it's the 2 gamer tags.
No, that's the easy way. We can never do the easy way. We're a D&D party.
True.
Right. Who needs good communication? What is this, a social game?
Not us.
Social game.
I just
didn't
see a
sense that.
Chewbacca strap background.
What are you talking about? That is
Yes.
clearly not an R2D2 Squishmallow. That is clearly not a Chewbacca Squishmallow. And that's clearly not a Yoda and or Grogu Squishmallow. Probably.
See,
That's what
the
Squishmallows
Chewbacca
are?
one though, when
Yeah.
you're like sitting in the camera and the camera's focused on you, it also has just a really random, like clear picture of the Chewbacca one. Like all the other
I'm
ones are like
noticing that
out of
and I'm
focus.
confused.
All the other ones are out of focus, but the Chewbacca one is like clearly seen.
Oh, are
Now
we
that you
doing this?
mentioned it, I feel like I need to set them up so you can see them. Just build even more of a wall. There. Can you see them better now? This is apparently what we're doing.
This is what we're doing.
Should I go grab the massive cucumber or zucchini?
Yeah,
Why do both of you?
Ryan DM.
What? That's so sus of you two.
I mean, there can't be two
Something's
reds, so
wrong
one
with
must
you
be an imposter.
Hold on, let me just. The best way to hold it.
I guess if we're grabbing stuffed animals. Oh wait, this one actually fits the campaign setting. Goblin.
Goblin.
Yo,
But he's a
wait.
rogue.
Yo, I bought the most recent one. The
Yeah,
the one that came out.
just the plain Gobbo.
The plain Gobbo.
So did I.
So
I now
can't
have
wait.
two.
Can't wait for July.
Same. God, we're all nerds.
I used to have a full I used to have half my bed was taken up by stuffed animals. Like
Used
legitimately
to?
take up like half my bed. I
Oh,
used
my
to. I
bed
got
is
rid of
taken
most
up.
of them. I got rid of most of them. I only kept the
How could
sentimental
you?
ones. The only thing I have that could show you that would be remotely interesting of mine would be my pillow that I've had for 2 years and I've slept on it every night since I got it. That is so lumpy. You wouldn't think it's comfortable, but it still is.
Or you could
It is
toss your
super lumpy and
17 cats.
stretched out.
Mareep. Is that
I
what
could go
it
grab
is?
the kittens. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drink anyway.
I suck at IDing Pokemon, so. However, I do have 2 different Turtwig plushies.
Oh, nice.
All right. Well, I feel like now I really need to step up my game because
I've had
well, I
these
don't have
for
much
like my
Pokemon.
entire life. This is
The
the mom and
Mareep
this
has
is
a
the
little
child.
bow on it. It's so cool.
I'm gonna have to take my headphones off for this one.
If I ever get a 3rd Turtwig plush, then the
Then
family
it'll
will-
Pretty
evolve
sure
into
I have like
Grovyle.
one that's this big, Paul.
Or not
I
Grovyle.
have like a Turtwig that's this big.
Grottle.
Really?
Yeah, it's just at my parents' place at the other side of the country.
Fair enough. Turtwig is
Ryan,
my-
you're a lot taller than I remember you being.
What?
Wait, which Ryan?
I cannot hear with this thing on. Because the
Jackie boy.
headphones are here, so I'm
Ah.
getting vague sounds.
I
I
like
don't
how
know where my
your
audio
introduction
comes
here
from
has just
anymore.
derailed things, Ryan. Oh wait, he
Yeah.
can't hear that.
What?
I like how your introduction has just derailed everything.
Of course. I mean,
I'm back.
I have to do that because otherwise it doesn't. It's not D&D, you know.
Of course.
It's Sir Willy the Conqueror.
Yo, that's
Yeah,
that's a good
cat.
plushie.
Yeah. See,
This is Sir
you may not
Wobbles
be
the
but
Unsteady.
you have plenty of cats.
Cats! I love them both.
They're adorable.
So Ryan, Icy
Which
Boy.
one?
Icy Boy.
Yeah,
Do you want one
That's
back?
fine.
I'm gonna take
on
them back to where they
the
were
map.
so they don't get lost. They haven't been in this room very often.
Is the desert area like what is going on
Oh.
with between the orange and the yellow?
The yellow is basically like regular desert sand cacti. You know, very quenchy cactus juice containing cacti.
Quenchiest,
The orange,
perhaps?
it is the quenchiest. The orange is more so like Badlands, basically like clay shelves. Basically, it's basically the mesa in Minecraft,
Mhm.
but mainly just red and orange rather than like the different colors that you can find at like the lower levels.
Do you need a specific set of goggles to go through the desert?
It would probably help. And the gray area in between them is a strange magical energy where it's like the regular desert, except it's frozen. Or it's like freezing over. It is
That's the
around
gray
about,
area?
we'll say 35 degrees Fahrenheit, or like 2 degrees Celsius in that gray area. So a weird magical phenomena is taking up this gray section here.
I appreciate all the rivers that are on your
Yeah, those
little
rivers are
planet.
not to scale, because those would be if we get up the which
Those
one is
would
this?
no longer be rivers.
Yeah, no, those would be like literal lakes, just very long lakes. Because if we go to the just like the mile scale here, we'll go like around Dolom. I did the actual like proper river sizing. Even then, this is like a little bit too big. I need to adjust that. But like over here, this is what 1, 2, 3, 4 miles wide right there. Like 6 miles wide right here. 5 miles wide. So yeah, no, these are
How wide is
very
the
much
Nile?
exaggerated.
How wide
You-
is the Nile?
You know what?
The Nile's
For
another
not
time.
more than
1.7.
1.7, yeah.
1.7.
Yeah,
because you can see across the Nile. Standing on like the surface of, well, I guess the Earth technically. So it even on this planet it'd fall way faster. But on the Earth, your view is only about 3 miles ahead of you. After that, the curvature falls off.
if you can't see across the Nile, then are you in denial?
Ooh.
That's deep.
I have like
Maybe
a
you're-
really good
Ooh.
quote that I would love to use at some point.
Ooh.
It's like if somebody's like denying something over and over again, like you're confronting them about something, they're denying it. Be like, are your pants wet? Like what? No.
Hmm?
Well, I mean, I don't see why not, because right now you're standing knee deep in denial. It's even better if you remember to add the part about
Oh.
do you see pyramids?
Hmm.
How far up the Nile are you?
Red.
So far up that the water is red, apparently.
So
Apparently.
far up, you're no longer in Egypt.
Green.
My favorite drink in existence.
What is
Oh
it?
no.
Green.
Big Red.
You know why
Big Red
your
Enjoyer.
you know why your rivers are so
If
wide?
I went, okay, right around spring break, I was drinking about 3 cans of Big Red a day.
That's a lot of Big Red.
It was way too much. It was way too much. It
Have
was
you heard of
way too much.
diabetes?
Yeah, I
Yes,
met
actually.
diabetes when I was
I
like
see, it's
16.
in my future because my mom has diabetes and my grandma had diabetes. So, like, I might as well enjoy it now, right?
Mhm.
I'm pretty sure that
Well,
just puts you at higher risk.
That's how it works, right?
I was gonna say
Yeah, for
no,
sure. That's
'cause
definitely how that works.
I mean, my dad has diabetes, but I intentionally try not to make sure I have it.
I stopped
I'm
eating
banking
as
on it
much
being
sugar as I used
curable by
to.
the time I get there.
Ryan, you know why your rivers are so wide?
Which one?
Icy.
Me.
I know, but you gotta clarify now.
Okay. Because we don't have a moon. That's why.
Oh,
Do we not
Oh,
have
yeah.
a moon?
No, there's
this
We
no
don't
planet
have
does
a
not have a
moon.
moon. If for whatever reason I don't know like the different magic abilities, like I don't know everything. If you do want to like base your character around moon-related magic, there will be like asteroids you can use.
Yeah, no. There's.
I was gonna say, what about like were
with
creatures?
Circle
Are
of the
they
Moon.
are they more based off like periods where they just have it once a
That
month?
too.
What did you say, Ryan?
Sorry, I was saying there are druids with for their subclass Circle of the Moon.
Mm-hmm.
God, I'm a nerd. Anyway, well,
And-
about Morgan's thing.
Saying like were creatures.
Oh, where
Instead of it being based on the moon, is it more like a period where they just get it once a month and have to deal with it?
It's about what I will call the sky cycle. Basically, the stars, or like the stars around this world, aren't, I guess, like slow moving. They swirl and they mix. It's kind of like looking into weird analogy, but like glittery water in a blender.
About the is it like the
But it's like
that
the
one
sky.
that one portal in the end once you defeat the Ender Dragon?
Mm.
Like that, but with more motion.
Well, yeah. So you can't.
that
and it's
is
a lot
fascinating.
of
that
like
one portal.
There's a lot of let me think. I have to do physics now. Give me a second.
Approximately how fast in meters per second is this world rotating?
Hold on.
Do the math.
Did
What,
you have actual stats for that?
What Ryan hasn't told us is that in the past,
Yeah,
in
it
the
is a very
30,000
bluey
years
sky.
of this story,
Yeah, I have at
they
least
destroyed the
30,000
moon.
years.
to get
Yeah,
rid of the
yeah.
were
No, no.
creatures.
No. They didn't destroy the moon. Someone
stole the moon.
Stole it.
They stole the moon so that there
Um,
wouldn't be
Was
were
it the
creatures.
guy from
Yeah.
Despicable Me?
Yes.
Yeah.
True.
Weren't they trying to
Drew.
steal the moon?
Yep.
We are
Yeah.
going to
That was the plot of the
steal
first
moon.
movie.
I can't remember.
Oh, the one with Vector who has both direction and magnitude?
He does have magnitude
yeah.
and direction.
What?
Wait, was that a joke made in the movie?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he says
Oh
he
my
has both
god, I was
magnitude
so
and
young
direction.
back then. I did not even know
Really?
Yeah.
I
Look
haven't
up
seen
Vector.
it in ages.
Look
Okay,
up
yes.
Vector's first scene.
Committing crimes with both magnitude and direction. Oh yeah.
But yeah,
I need
it's
to
like a
look
very
up
purpley
fantastic
and blue
character.
sky.
that. I did too. Where's it on?
So funny.
I might watch that tonight.
Basically,
I'll
a lot of
find out.
the sky is comprised of like a lot of cool colors versus warm colors.
Pretty cool.
How do you
Yeah.
spell despicable? I'll figure it out.
Me.
I figured
Best
it out.
Buy
Don't worry.
cable.
It's on Hulu. It's on Peacock
Of
Premium,
course, it's on Hulu.
and you can rent it on a bunch of things.
Hulu is the one thing that like my parents have. I had access to, but like I don't know why I did quotation marks there. I got signed out of it, and I tried to sign back in, and my mom gave me the password wrong 3 times, and I'm locked out of it on my phone. And there's like 4 different shows that I want to watch on it, and I can't because I'm locked out. My dad's
Or
like, I can
What's the
fix
laughing
it
point here?
eventually, but like if he has to fix it on my phone, he has to reset the password for everything, and he has to re-sign it on everything. And he doesn't want to do that, so I just have to suffer.
alternatively, you could go Yarhar and go to 123movies.com and just watch it for free.
So
that
It would be
pirating now?
key.
Yes, it is.
I prefer Yoho, but yeah.
See, there's a reason why I play most of my characters as rogues and bards and stuff. It's because I like I like the fun of breaking the rules, but I can't do it because of how bad my anxiety is in real life.
That's fair.
So I live vicariously through my characters.
Isn't
Alright.
that what we all do?
No.
Have you
I
not realized like
project-
half of my
I project
DMPCs?
very hard onto my character.
Have you not realized half of my DMPCs are just aspects of my personality? They are.
My characters always just end up being me in real life.
No, I could literally list like the 3 main DMPCs in my campaign are all different aspects of my personality.
I wonder what it says about me that all my characters are guys.
Probably something.
I have
Bottom gender
theories.
envy.
I don't know.
I have
Hmm.
theories.
Okay, but let's go ahead and rein it
That's
back in.
theory.
Right,
Morgan
right. We were talking
theory.
about
To-
D&D.
Oh yeah, the world.
I can quick clarify things for Ryan again.
And Morgan and everyone else that wasn't paying attention.
I feel like most people were paying attention in the beginning.
I caught most of it.
My dad had come into the room at the time, which is why I muted and turned off my webcam.
So things that I already clarified in the beginning that most of you already know. I'll skip over the things that are in Discord. I'll just give them like a little footnote. Make sure in this session we'll figure out how to make sure the characters get along, and try and fit their character types so that they're the kind of person who would help someone in need even if they didn't know them, at least for a certain reason, at the very least. Because like, who knows? They'll help if they get paid or something like that, or they just want to help because they're a good person, stuff like
Your
that.
first character in my campaign was lawful evil. I will make a lawful evil character.
I'm chaotic evil, personally.
Oh, good. As long as we
No,
have an
no,
evil
no.
character.
That's okay. My character's lawful good. I'm sure they'll get along really well.
Okay.
No, I haven't come up with any of that stuff just yet.
Next point was many of the monsters and other things in this world are adjusted from versions of existing monsters just to better fit the world. So if, for example, speaking directly to Ryan in this case, if you're banging on a Githyanki Knight
Which
having
Ryan?
91 hit points, or the ability to plane shift, or just existing at all, that may not be the case.
Which Ryan?
Yeah.
He's
gotta
speaking to
specify.
himself. He's
This
speaking
one.
to himself.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I didn't have to pay attention to that.
No, you're good.
As
Question,
far
though,
as
to the,
religion goes, because I did skip over
Oh,
that
wait. May I-
to clarify for you.
may I-
Yeah, go ahead.
First, are you?
Why
and
is
this
there a
something
2,000
no one
character
else will
count
know.
limit on messages?
What are you trying
I
to do?
can't send my
Nothing.
I can't send my
Backstory.
campaign guide then.
I can't send my dissertation.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'll just send it in 2 parts.
I've had to do that with things to other Ryans, or I guess DM
Mhm.
Ryan.
That's what I'm
Icy boy,
doing.
that's the word.
I'm.
Question,
Don't bother
though,
reading
are you
this right
doing
now.
the-
This is just backstory stuff.
Are you doing the vulnerability thing that you had potentially discussed with me, or have you?
I have
yourself out of it.
not actually brought that up because it was
Okay.
not in this document. I think I have like a separate document for homebrew stuff, and we can like quickly go over
Is-
our homebrew decisions.
Is that going
again.
to be a thing though? Just
We will
asking.
talk about that because
Okay,
it's definitely
cool.
a thing
It's
we'll get to
consideration.
after like the things to clarify. Second
Cool.
thing to clarify,
Just
or the next
curious.
thing to clarify, is religions. The pantheon of this world. I can see the Among Us in Paul's background. That is the new god. No.
Right, you heard him. We have to become the new gods.
So in this world, I will just skip to the history section so I can give you the actual number. Well, I'll round it because why not?
What's Thanos doing here?
Hmm?
Just have the. Is that the Infinity Gauntlet?
Nice. Let's
Megan pulls out
see
Rubik's
here.
Cube, but even more difficult.
I'm showing the other people because I think it's
So
impressive,
campaign
and I like it when
begins
people think
at-
I'm impressive. I feel
So-
super smart when I solve this.
So 6,000 years ago was the beginning of the Divinity War, where basically a whole bunch of gods started showing up, and they fought each other for power. And this war was ended after 1.5 thousand years by the Age of Arbiters. The Arbiters took the form of the draconic beings in nature, and they ended up killing every last god. And they had a reign of terror for around about another 2,000 years, at which point they were hunted down by what remained of humanity and the other races, and were basically killed to extinction. So the arbiters are all killed. The gods are all killed. Sonic is now killed.
Sonic
Oh, no.
confirmed God.
Or is that Sanic?
Well,
Because
there goes,
I didn't see
there
the
goes
eyes
my plan
connected.
of killing the arbiters. After my plan of killing the gods went out the window.
But these gods have left their essence, left like their own essence type mark on the magical ether of this world. Magic in this world is based off of pulling energy from the ether and controlling it to form different, different spells. Question from non-DM Ryan,
Jackie Boy, as we've established.
Jackie Boy.
Have the arbiters also left an imprint on the ether of the world?
The arbiters did not have a strong magical presence, and as such, they did not leave a imprint on the ether.
Okay,
Because
follow-up.
the gods did have such magical potential to them, they, in their dying, did leave an imprint.
Okay. Kind of follow-up question, although it's kind of unrelated. For example, the sorcerer draconic bloodline, how does that work? Just the way
Sorcerer
it normally
draconic
would?
bloodline.
It's the sub. It's
There
a-
would
one of
be,
the subclass.
yeah, we can make it so that there are dragonborn in this world, and so that bloodline would be where it would be from, or it could be from.
But if you're not a dragonborn, you can still do that.
Potentially,
Yeah,
because
so
like the dragons have been
lore-wise, we would
from
say
the
it's
gods, as in
you're
like
like
creations of the
1%
gods or
dragonborn or
children of the
something like that.
gods.
Well, I personally, and I'm not trying to critique. Sorry, I'm curious and want to know more about the world, so I'm asking questions.
Right.
Would it
And
not make
I guess
sense?
one
more
thing I will
sense
clarify there
for-
is
Would
that
it not make more?
yeah, I'm not pulling everything from the actual D&D rules. I'm just using
I know.
the D&D mechanics to kind of guide the story.
Okay.
But yeah, to your question, or did that answer it?
Not really, but whatever.
Okay. As far as if you want Dragonborn in this world, or now that I'm thinking about it, sure, there might be Dragonborn in this world because humanity did end up killing all of the arbiters, which were said to be dragons, and the Dragonborn bloodline was raised up from the people who would drink dragon's blood after killing a dragon.
I drink something. Okay. Follow-up question. Sorry.
Mhm.
If I drink something's blood, I become partly it.
You would gain some of its powers, and then I mean they're all dead, but you would gain some of its powers, and your ancestors would take a draconic features.
I'm gonna find the nearest gazelle.
What would you get from the
See
gazelle?
what happens. Just I don't know, something random. Maybe a
Just
bunny.
sample everything's blood that you killed just to see what
Yes.
happens.
What
I will be
wouldn't
the
you
This
get
man
from a
discovers
gazelle?
hepatitis.
I will become a weird simic hybrid-like thing somehow.
Or you just get all of the blood
blood.
diseases.
It's fine. I don't live that long.
Don't turtles live forever? Or like thousands of
They
years?
live like 50 years.
Oh.
Yeah, they live 50
Interesting.
years. I ain't got that long a lifespan.
All right.
I would have thought turtles lived a long time.
Well,
Real turtles
don't
live a long time.
long. They don't live long, but they make a lot of their lifetime. Basically, like, they can walk within the first few weeks of living. So, like, they don't have a long life, but they cram a lot into that shorter lifespan.
Hmm.
Why am I saying this? I'm not the DM. You could rewrite all that.
You know your
Turtles
races.
actually live for thousands of years. You just said you were using the mechanics, so you could rewrite that.
True.
Turtle people.
Turns out I'm going to live thousands of years.
But yeah, if you're using, actually, I don't think we have any. Do we? Okay, no, we don't have any clerics. You did change your class.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, if you do encounter any clerics, their magic would be based off of, tapping into that sort of essence in the ether, to like draw from the specialized power of those gods who have all died. So yeah, there's that. And I will leave it to your discretion. If you ever, I guess none of you are technically playing gods, so it's all up to me to create the gods. That
How would we
different
play
people
gods?
follow.
How would
we hit
play
level
gods?
20.
Let's start at level 2.
So like in
we're starting
the
level
character
2?
creation phase,
Are we starting
yeah,
level
we're starting
2?
level 2.
Oh
Level 2.
yeah.
Am I the only one that paid attention?
Okay,
I
I
did.
did.
Not
You know
Taking notes
what?
in class?
I didn't clarify that this session. Yet.
Yeah, but you clarified it in the chat.
Yeah.
I'm the only one taking notes in this class.
But like
I
to
forgot.
finish what I was saying, what
It
I mean by
almost
like
doubled
you
my
could
hit
create
points.
gods is by you could say, oh, my character, follows this god, and so I would write it so that that god exists in the world.
That's what you mean by create gods. Okay.
Yeah.
Not like you play a god.
No. Although there is a setting for that. We could, depending on how D&D hungry Morgan is, probably.
Yep.
If we do during the summer like a secondary campaign, that would be set during the Divinity War, towards the end of the Divinity War. And
Morgan,
so you would
how
be able to see.
bloodthirsty for god blood are you?
Very. What kind of question is that?
Good.
Yeah.
So
Would I like to play more D&D? I wonder.
I mean, I don't do anything after work other than play Tears of the Kingdom, so.
I have a friend who plays it 3 times a week.
I can't
I
manage
could
that
run like
during the school year.
one more campaign.
I think he might not have been doing it over the school year, but he's doing it now. I don't know for sure what my schedule is going to be over the week yet, so
yeah,
me neither.
We'll see.
Oh, and as far as like the common religions, usually atheism is the most common religion.
Hey.
Although there is that pantheon of gods from the Divinity War, as well as some higher gods that existed supposedly from before the Divinity War as well. Although those are presumably also dead. I already clarified this because I think this was the first thing you found out from my clarifications, but there's no moon. There's no moon in this world. There's just a swirling blue and purple sky amongst most, like by ratio, it's mostly darkness. But, stars swirl around and stuff like that. Ryan disappears.
He said
I need to go downstairs real quick. I will be right back.
All right, so
apologies.
We'll pick up on your clarifications later then. So we were working on whose backstory last? I think it was Jason. We were talking about the world, right? So what sort of nobility do you want to be? Because we can have it in Schmaldi. We'll go to the map again.
Probably like mercantile nobility.
Mercantile nobility?
So
probably something from
this...
Edelstein.
Right. I kind of got this idea. My character's father is kind of a ruthless noble in terms of like super greedy type of thing. And so he doesn't see the arts as anything too valuable because it doesn't directly make him money. And so that's why he doesn't like his son or whatever. And so my character wants to prove like, hey, you can live and entertain people and make them laugh, and you can have others be happy and still make a profit or whatever. So I think that's what I'd like to go with.
All right. I already know Morgan's. Paul, what are you thinking for backstory? Wait, did I just... Yeah, I said Paul. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I thought I said Morgan twice.
I'm thinking that my dude is just kind of like a wanderer. Doesn't really have any particular place that it sets up. Just goes around exploring and taking whatever fights meet him along the way.
For the record, that would be a nomad.
Nomad, thank you. That's the word.
Yeah, I guess
heard
on the
most of what happened. I
background
just couldn't
selection.
speak.
On this map here, we do have a handful of forests. I don't know how to... Let's see, can we... I don't think I can. So I'm just going to refer to over here. I can hardly see that. We'll refer to Discord and look at the mini-map there. So we've got the... the Cascade Forest down below Dolom, as well as the Schloss Forest above Dolom. And those are the two main forests near Dolom. We also have... what was this called? I will put the long cat back on so that I can turn on all the labels.
What is Dolom?
Dolom is the starting town.
Okay.
All of your characters are gathered here at the starting town for the Festival of Salmon. And that is just basically a trade festival where once a year, on the 13th of the first month of spring, the harvest of salmon is then celebrated as they swim up Rook River into, let me double check, Larch Lake, which is the river, or the lake right next to Dolom. Dolom is mainly a fishing town, although it is also a major trade center as it has lake access there at Larch Lake, and the town to the south of it, which may or may not be on this map, because it's significantly smaller, is a forging town, and that is where, a lot of their goods that are made in that forging town, or that smithing town, are then transported up to Dolom and then traded at the lake.
Question.
What was I looking at? I was pausing things. Question from Ryan.
How do they
not
tell the
Ryan,
months without the moon?
They count the days and the seasons.
But is each day, or
and
is
the
each month a different
equinoxes
length?
and the solstices.
Is
Yes, each month
a
or
different
each.
length still, or
So the
are
calendar
they
for
all
this
equal
world
now?
is 12 28-day months. Each season
good.
gets 3 months. And so
Ah.
the first 3 months of the year are spring, second 3 are summer, then fall, then winter. And then these months are centered on the equinoxes and the solstices.
Convenient. It's equal, unlike reality, where it's not
Yeah.
nice and
Well,
streamlined.
in reality, it's based off of whatever Julius Caesar made up. He has no source.
They're all made up.
You made it up.
All right, Ryan, you got to edit it now so that there's just a bust of Julius Caesar over that clip.
Nice.
And
I have
put
sent you that
in the
before, haven't
video.
I?
Yes, you have. That's the only reason I know of it. That and nanomachines.
Yeah, nanomachines, son.
Nanomachines, son.
They harden response to physical trauma.
I didn't remember that part. I just remember the nanomachines. And sun.
Let's see, what else was I looking at? Oh, right, I was looking at different forests. So to the east, there's also Castanian Forest, which is much closer to the capital city of Citrine.
Mhm.
Those are all the major forests nearby. Oh, wait. What? Oh, yes, okay. There's also less dense woods nearby. To the north, there's Berk Woods. To the northeast, there's Eich Woods. And then that's most of what's nearby. You could also say you come from farther if you want. Although, I'll turn off the labels so I can turn the map back on for y'all to see. There we go. If we go to the 100-mile lines here, so from Dolem, which is right about here, here's Berkwoods, here is Eichwoods, this was Castanian Forest, this was Cascade Forest, and this was Schloss Forest. And then there's also the forests over on the highlands here, as well as the East Wing. So, places for you that you could say you originate from.
Mhm.
All things to
I'm gonna
consider.
leave where my character came from up to you.
Okay.
I don't
Sure.
really care.
I'm kind of in the same
Actually,
boat, but
okay.
I prefer it to
It
be
also
farther
kind of
away.
depends on his family, where his family's based at.
My family's dead.
Key locations.
Oh.
One
See,
of
my
my
anxious
parents
is gonna be centered
died
around
within
his
the first
relation.
year of the turtle being alive.
My character's family, his angst is going to be based on his relationship with his family, not the death of his family. So
All right. So
I didn't have a
Dolem's
choice with turtles.
not on the main city map because it's relatively small. But here are all the dots for the major cities. So if you have any preference as to where you are, that's something you can certainly reference. And I'll actually go ahead and post that in maps. So that y'all have a reference. Discord. Yet messages in general. How to spell despicable. Nice. All right. So yeah, there is the map. Ryan, you said your origin is up to discretion. Morgan's origin is up to discretion.
Although I do have some notes about my origins, but we'll talk about that later.
True, because don't turtle come from the water?
No.
No?
No, they do not.
Interesting. Because if
I
they
read,
did,
like, the
I would probably
entire-
say you come from, trying to remember the name off the top of my head, Tourmaline
So-
Lake, which is this big
So
lake here.
basically, where turtles are born is normally a stronghold built by their parents. A very defensible stronghold, which I figure probably isn't in a city.
Okay.
But yeah, I read like the entire page on turtles earlier while I was driving to the place for an hour.
Probably not a good idea to read during driving, but
my
hey.
dad was driving. I was in the
Mm.
car.
Never do math in the car. It's illegal to drink and derive.
to what?
To drink and derive.
I'm confused.
Drink and
Derivation.
derive. Yeah, derivatives.
What?
Mathematics.
Derive.
This man hasn't taken calculus, has he?
I have. I just forgot all of it.
Yeah, I just finished Cal 2 and I didn't get that.
I'm a history major and I understood that.
I
I'm a
didn't
computer
hear
Weren't you
it.
scientist. I
also
definitely
almost a
didn't.
math major?
We don't have to talk about that. But yes.
I'm a math minor.
I have a
I
math
have a
minor.
nothing.
If I had done like 2 more math classes, I would have had a math minor, but I did not want to do 2
It
more
is
math
not worth
classes,
going through
so...
PDE, Paul.
Yeah, no. Yeah, no.
I was
PDE
originally going to
sucks.
do that because originally I was going to get a physics degree, but now I'm not sure, so I'm still probably going for the math minor just because I like math.
Fair enough.
Computer science, woo, not math.
I thought
I'm
computer
taking
science was like
I'm
half
taking a
math.
computer science class.
It is.
I'm taking computer
It's
science
light
like
math.
or I'm taking an object-oriented programming class in the fall.
Hmm.
Because it's part of the physics degree, but since I'm not probably not going for physics degree anymore, there's really no point. But it's too late. I'm
Well,
too lazy to
while you're in that
change
class,
it.
you can always come to my CLA session.
I was gonna say when and where, but that's something to determine later when we're not.
I do
gonna
not
be
know
focused.
when, and I do not know where.
Also, don't
I'll
dox
come
yourself.
just to hang out. Yeah.
You make a good point.
As far as the D&D
I'm gonna
character
dox
builder
myself
goes, we've got
because we have
descriptions and backgrounds all done here. We can do... I mean, yeah, sure, we'll talk about alignments. What alignments are y'all thinking about?
Yeah, no, I have no clue. I haven't thought that far into it yet.
Lawful good.
The way I figure out alignment
Chaotic
is
good.
just I play the character and figure it out as I go.
So yeah,
when it
that's what I
comes to
usually do,
alignment.
but I'm gonna try really hard to stick to my original alignment.
Morgan, you know that's not going to happen.
It has to. It's learning. There's no point in him being who he is if he doesn't follow his alignment.
I figure
I mean,
I'm
he
probably
might
going to
stray
be.
from lawful good to maybe more neutral good, but like he's gonna stick to that top like area, like that corner of the alignment chart.
I'm going to be somewhere in the either chaotic or the neutral section, I think, and that's just because of that. That's my personality.
That's where I tend to aim to. I'm not wanting to do a lawful character, but have cornered myself into doing it by giving him the backstory I gave him.
I think my character's gonna be...
So there's a specific subclass that I'm gonna probably go into that I don't want to do this specific subclass, but any other subclass just does not fit his personality. So I'm just gonna have to do those subclass I don't want to do.
What are you thinking,
What are you, a
Paul?
Was it-
paladin?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh, not yet, but
multi-class.
Mine is probably gonna fall somewhere close to probably true neutral.
True neutral.
Yeah.
Cool. Right, so here's my alignment chart for y'all. Ryan's just kind of at the bottom there doing whatever he wants.
Oh, yep, there I am. True to form fashion, I am disrupting everything.
Not even on the chart.
Nope,
Here's between areas.
Just hanging out outside.
Yeah.
that feels so accurate to me. I don't choose
put him
to
like
be in the
under
chart.
the chart. Put him under the chart, but put him under the chart where the chaotic section is.
Yeah, that's where he's at.
That's
Okay.
where I am. Don't
Secret
worry.
third thing, a secret fourth thing.
Yeah.
He is actually just nothing.
Chaotic nothing.
Just chaotic.
Yeah.
And then Mario, who is
I am
not here,
chaos
will
incarnate.
probably be
It's not
neutral good.
chaotic neutral, it's just true chaotic.
True chaotic, yeah.
Chaos incarnate.
Burns down village because it's funny.
That would be chaotic evil.
Pretty sure it's just chaotic neutral.
Then saves everyone because it's not funny to see them die.
That would be chaotic
In
neutral.
the fire because I don't see them.
That'd be chaotic good.
No, chaotic
maybe.
good would not be burning
Chaotic
down
neutral,
the
yeah,
village unless
probably.
there's an actual good
No,
reason
no.
for it. If you're burning it down for
got
fun, that's neutral. But if you're burning it down to watch people burn, that's evil.
No, it's fun. I'll
Alright.
make I'll be the D&D version of Two-Face. Every decision I make is done by a coin flip. Just
So chaotic
true
neutral.
chaotic.
It's
You're
true
chaotic
neutral.
fun.
True chaotic.
Extended into 3 dimensions, add another axis where it's the third one is the fun axis.
Right, wrong,
Just
fun.
flips Alfred.
Flips Alfred like a
He is a
coin.
man, but also a bat.
Lands up.
All right. I'll let y'all deal with character details on your own, or like how they look and stuff.
You think I know that?
He's a turtle.
He's a turtle.
He's
He's
a
probably
turtle.
like green.
Hold
And
on.
looks like a
Yeah.
turtle, maybe.
I got
I
you.
already clarified
I've just
that.
been imagining
you have to
Master
use-
Uguay, but that's about the farthest I've gotten.
Yeah, that's what
No,
I'm thinking
not
too.
another Uguay!
Another?
Another.
There's the one other campaign I'm in that neither of you are in. The 3 characters in the party are me, Finley, a rogue who is the stereotypical grew up on the streets. You have Arisal, the very super pacifist cleric who does not have a sense of danger at all and will just run into everything. Who's probably in the process of turning into some kind of were creature that we don't know of. And we have Uguay. Not quite Master Uguay. His character's name is Uguay. He's a turtle. And he's a monk.
We grant
And
you a seat on the council, but we do not grant you the rank of Master Uguay.
he's not quite Master Uguay. It's super
You may sit
fun.
at the council, but you are not master yet, Uguay. Have a seat, young Uguay.
And I think that's it as far as D&D's character creator goes. So we've gone through that. We can go back to do Ryan's clarification stuff.
Yay.
I clarified no moon. So in
Could
this
someone show it?
campaign, yep, Gru was actually one of the gods. Yep, definitely. That's not no.
You
Canon.
said it, it's canon now.
Did he eat the moon?
Yeah,
It was made of
so.
cheese. Yeah.
Sometimes words come out of my mouth and I have no control.
Yeah.
Turns out the real reason
but-
it's gone is just because they used it so much as a food source.
Turn out the moon was the friends we made along the way.
That's what it was. That's what it
Ah.
was. But yeah, there will be
One of us
asteroids
dies and
provided
becomes the moon?
if you need moon stuff.
Avatar Last Airbender?
Yeah, I was just thinking that. That's rough, buddy.
I have not seen that.
Where did you get an Avatar reference?
Wait,
from
hold
me.
on. Oh my god, I actually did not notice your shirt.
I
No,
didn't
neither
notice
did
it
I.
until a couple seconds
I
ago.
have not watched Avatar.
You've not watched.
Oh.
Oh my.
It is
I
a
watched
banger
like
of a
the
show.
first 2 episodes.
Oh, well, you can't stop there.
Yeah, you have to keep going.
My friends made me.
You
It's
have
not
to.
even
Good, they
that
should make
long.
you do more.
No, it
I
like
preferred watching
ramps up in
Psych, so I
quality.
watched Psych
It
instead.
ramps up.
A lot of good kids shows ramp up.
Yeah.
Until they don't anymore, and they get canceled at 2 seasons.
Rip.
That is the one show I will always be bitter about it because it was one of my favorite shows ever. And there's like 4 seasons. Each season has like 24 episodes. But after the 4th season, it got canceled. Right after like the team who has been through so much together finally broke up. And it's like there's a way to get back together if they go about it right. But we'll never know because they canceled the show.
Anyway, as far as
Always gonna
leveling
be bitter.
goes, I posted this in chat, but I'll clarify it again just because I feel like I probably should make sure it's like well known. In this campaign, your level will be based off of the main story milestones. So there is a main story that this campaign will follow. It's up to you how distracted you get during this main story, but in the end, your leveling will be tied to the increasing threats you will be able to face through this main story. And the reason I'm doing it based off of that is because, yeah, there's a vast world to explore. I mean, it is the size of the real world's moon. It is not the real world's moon, by the way.
So we got to find a planet to be the moon of.
So,
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
Ryan-
the real adventure.
That's why there's no moon. All right, we're making this a Spelljammer campaign now.
No, God.
I do
Ryan,
have a follow-up campaign for this
Not
one that
DM
is
Ryan?
Spelljammer.
other Ryan, I have
Oh,
a
that's
question.
me.
Yes, is that
wait,
a
hold on, I'm
Princess
being-
Bride
hold on.
reference on your shirt?
Indeed.
Hold on, I'm currently being called.
Oh, it could be.
Wait,
It
what did you
is.
say? What do you
I've
have?
seen
can't
this
tell.
shirt many a times.
It's so funny because we've referenced both Princess Bride and Guardians of the Galaxy, the 2 movies that I watched last night.
That's
But-
I also watched
definitely
Night
a
Fire.
Tale,
Princess
so if
Bride
you want to
reference.
reference that as
Yeah.
well.
Wait, what did I miss?
Is your shirt a Princess Bride reference?
You see, you say that, but I mean that would just be inconceivable.
So
It goes
Yeah.
blurry the moment he says it.
We literally watched that and Guardians of the Galaxy
Right,
last
you
night.
can't-
It was so funny.
Basically, it says inconceivable, then it gives the actual definition. Then for a secondary definition, it says not what you think it means. And yes, I have to say
Oh.
that in the accent.
Of course.
Yeah. Leveling base. Oh. He is saying words. He screams.
He's
I wonder if
addressing
he can
us.
hear us. We should all just
We are
scream
unable
and
to
see.
hear.
That was
yeah,
a
but
voice
can he
just
hear
laugh.
us? Can he
I know,
hear
I'm
us?
Oh.
Because if he
You
can't,
don't have to hear me yell.
There's a target in the background.
I think he can hear us.
if he can't
There
hear
is
us,
a
we should
target
all
in the
just scream
background.
into the mic.
What target in the background? What?
The one
like
that
directly
you
behind
covered
you.
up.
There's like a red
Yeah,
target
On the
behind your head.
door.
The
above
one
your
that's
head
like right
now.
above your head.
The red thing.
It's like
The
a
red
red
thing on
circle
the
with
wall
like
that's
a
right above
like
your
an
head.
off-white circle and then another red spot.
Where are you
It's
getting
actually just
off-white
Iron
stuff?
Man's shield.
It looks off-white from here.
I want to
Wait,
slap
not
you
Iron
up.
Man's shield. Not the Hulk. Captain America's shield. There we go. Oh, it's
that's
the
right,
journal.
no,
Oh,
it's the
From
no.
that
journal.
far away, it looked
Journal.
like a circle.
It was
It looked
blurry.
like
It
a
looks like
circle.
it looks like a
Thing.
target.
This is Cap's shield.
Yes, Captain Iron Man. Yep.
Yeah, but that's like Hulk's hammer, right?
Yeah.
I thought it was.
No, that's
I thought he was
Jonathan.
made of
No, that
steel,
would
not
be
iron.
this.
Oh yeah, that's
Or-
Hawkeye's
give me
hammer.
2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 2 seconds. Hold on.
One.
I got a
two.
carousel.
This.
Hey,
Oh,
an
oh.
axe.
That's
I've still got
Stormbreaker.
Among Us.
That's like
that's
Thanos'
Star
axe,
Wars
right?
mace.
Anyway,
You were doing
Oh
a
my
perfect Darth Vader right now. I've broken it.
My brother has
no,
a
don't worry. I
master
have
sword.
time for that.
My brother has a master
But
sword.
I admit I don't have the master sword.
He's got a bag. Oh, it's Darth
Vader.
Vader.
It's a Darth Vader plush.
Oh, nice.
I have the master sword.
Oh no, we brought out swords.
I
Now
go
Morgan's
get
gonna
my
find
brother's,
her
but it's
sword
probably
collection.
in the safe, and it's gonna be a huge pain to get it out.
Wait, we're getting
Anyway,
swords?
let's reel it back in.
No,
Let's
we're
reel
not.
it
We're
back
not. We're
in.
getting back on
We
topic.
are reeling it back in.
We did have
Am I
like an
allowed to pull the
alarm.
lightsaber out?
We did have like a timer going like every 10 minutes to go off, just in case we're on a tangent to remind us
That's-
to get back to what we were talking about.
Entirely fair.
Also, one of the main incentives to stay on topic is because we're meeting every other week. We can still talk about whether or not we want to figure out a better day that's better for scheduling. But sessions are going to be every week, and they're only going to be 4 hours. So if you want this to actually interact with the world, you need to not get distracted.
Can you just not just
You
not getting
think
distracted
offering
is
me
hard.
an incentive? You think offering me an incentive to not get distracted is going to keep me from getting distracted?
She's got a
It's
good
not that
point.
simple.
You don't
Like telling me
understand.
I'm
Reeling
going
it
to
back in.
fail a class
Not
if I don't
willingly
get my
getting
schoolwork
All
done
right,
is not going to
world
get me to get my
stuff.
schoolwork done.
World stuff, yeah, world stuff.
I
World
know
stuff.
from experience.
So, to clarify again for Ryan, and just starting from the top, because
All right, from the very top, there is no moon.
in this campaign, your level will be based off of the main story milestones. There is a main story set out for this campaign to follow, and it's up to you how distracted you get, how many side quests you go on, and that's because there's a vast world to explore. But I want to keep your level proportional to the challenges that you face, and in a gameplay sense, this is, you're not going to get stronger by doing a side quest. He's headphones off. You're not going to get stronger by finding all 900 pine cones or killing every squirrel. Killing every squirrel would maybe get you to level 2.
We're already level 2.
Yeah.
That's the
Or
point.
would maybe get like a regular person to level 2. Because squirrels are not very strong. But you might get some like basic hunting skills from that. Additionally, the plot line of the main story should hopefully be clearly presented enough for you. I'll give you, actual quests to follow that would lead in the direction of the main story. And it's up to you whether or not, if certain things happen, that'll definitely open up like side tangents for like, oh, hey, your party died?
My parents are leaving, so I had to say goodbye.
But like, for instance, there's a side quest for if one of your party members die and they're, unsavable from certain or like from most spells. We talked about resurrection, by the way, as well. And I guess that's the next point, because the next point from my things to clarify at the beginning list was homebrew stuff. We talked about doing nat ones, whether or not we want to have natural ones or critical failures, and we decided yes, failures are interesting. And as far as bringing characters back versus permadeath, we decided that one mechanic that I'll do, in addition to the resurrection rule that we've been using for, the DC increases and stuff like that each time. You've sent me the link.
The Matt Mercer rule.
Yeah. After the session where a player dies, and they need to be resurrected, I will, if we're not at a good stopping point in that session, I will break out the player into the Seacrest channel. I still have no idea what that channel's for. It's a secret, I guess.
No, it's a secret.
A what channel?
The Seacrest channel. I don't know what it's for, but it's probably just a secret.
The Seacrest voice channel.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, here, let me find
Look
it
at
out.
that.
And the dinosaurs are gone.
What'd you find?
Oh, no. Jason, you killed the dinosaurs.
It's indeed
It must be the Ice Age.
as it was what you might imagine. So
Okay. It's exactly what I would imagine.
probably
Okay, cool.
But I will. Oh, he's gone.
I maybe shouldn't have done
Also
that.
And he's back. That what you imagine?
And can confirm it is what I imagined.
Okay.
But I will break out the other.
Would you describe it as conceivable?
I don't know. It might have been inconceivable.
I will break out the character who
I'm not
dies,
sure what I know
and I
that
will talk
would
to them,
be.
and I will ask them, does your character want to return to the world of the living? And so if they do, they will make a Constitution saving throw that will factor into how strongly their will, or how strong their will is to return to the world. If they decide not to, if they decide they don't want to come back, that's going to be a +5 on the DC to bring them back by the other party members. And of course, that DC will keep increasing the more they die. But we decided no permadeath, and it's just going to be based off of, does this character want to die?
Ooh.
Antidepressants.
I thought
are
about
they
something.
Are they
I have a
satisfied with their
character.
ending?
I
kind of
have a
idea?
character that I might consider playing when I replace my character eventually at some point. That is not straight up suicidal, but is kind of like, I don't care if I die as long as I do it saving somebody.
All right. So do we have fantasy antidepressants
Hmm.
for this character?
Have you heard of this thing? It's called alcohol. I'm pretty sure that's a depressant, but oh well.
Of our world too.
Yeah, that's
Even
not
though it is
fantasy. Well, have
definitely
you
a
heard of
depressant.
fantasy alcohol.
Oh my god.
Better.
I don't know. I have some fantasy alcohol right here.
A butterbeer?
No. Why would I have access to butterbeer?
I don't know. It sounds like a fantasy
I am
alcohol.
more likely to have access to butterbeer than I am to alcohol.
You just
Sorry,
have
we're
to
getting
the butter to
distracted.
some beer. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Distracted.
Oh,
I would
Yes.
have access to alcohol, but I would prefer
There
butterbeer.
was. Well, you're also 18.
Wow,
Anyway,
just dox Morgan like that. That's not what.
wow,
dox
I'm 20.
means. Just out Morgan on that one.
I cannot drink, neither can she. But
Wait,
I'm pretty
Ryan,
sure
you're
all of the
20?
rest of you can. Yeah, I'm 20.
Oh wow.
I'm gonna choose not to though.
I
Also,
also
no, I am not
will do
20.
the same.
I'm 22.
Oh,
Oh no, sorry. I
You
meant
didn't-
Ryan DM.
Yeah. You gotta specify now.
I gotta
I'm
specify.
here. Anytime you guys don't, I'm also going to answer the question.
Fair enough.
The confusion between them is also really fun when it's literally just you and the two Ryans.
mhm.
We had a
But as
whole
far
one shot that
as
was.
homebrew goes, we will. One thing Ryan brought up that I was considering, and I did actually just skip over it, was the weaknesses homebrew. Basically, every enemy, or most enemies, depending on how strong they are or how weak they are compared to you, if you're stronger than an enemy, they're going to have a weakness that you can exploit. And so you would have advantage, or no, it would be, if they're weak to something, it's a critical hit, basically.
Double
You double the
damage.
dice. Yeah.
Critical
So if
hit. Sorry. I just
critical is double damage
normally-
as well, which is what I was
No,
referring to.
critical is double the dice.
Right.
You hitting a vulnerability
yeah.
is double the damage. There is a slight difference. Sorry.
Slight
just wanted
difference, yes.
It's
So
important.
if you're stronger than an enemy, there will be a chance that, or there, if you're stronger than an enemy, they will have a weakness you can exploit. So like, I don't know, if there's like a frost toad, which is something I pulled out in a one shot. If you're stronger than that frost toad, actually I think it's already weak to fire, but let's say it doesn't have that weakness listed for fire, it would, in that homebrewed version of the enemy, it would then have that weakness to fire. And so if you're much stronger, there might be even 2 or 3 weaknesses. So like if you're a level 20 fighting a squirrel, that squirrel is going to have a weakness to everything. Just for the funny idea of this massively powerful character is splattering a squirrel into nothingness.
Just boops
I
the
don't
squirrel in
think
the nose lovingly, and the squirrel explodes.
No.
I don't think you even need the vulnerability for that squirrel. If you're a level
No,
20,
but it's funny to see the damage just hike up.
You just
see.
lovingly boop the squirrel in the nose, and
Just disintegrates.
I want to
You go
pet
to-
the squirrel.
Not even into a
go to
mist. It is just
squirrel.
molecules spread into the ether.
You try to pet the squirrel. You're too powerful. It explodes.
It turns into a splat on the ground.
We also talked about whether, or like, how evil do we want the regular citizens of this world. So if you're walking past a bar and you see a couple patrons walk out the door and they notice a cat sitting on a crate outside the bar, or I guess the tavern, are those patrons going to pet the cat or are they going to kill the cat? And we decided we are going to have a little closer to either ignore the cat or pet the cat.
I was gonna say, well,
He's like,
okay.
on a scale
why
of
would
pet
it be
the cat
kill
to
the
kill the
cat, not
cat.
just like kick the cat?
I was gonna say that's what I said. I was like, maybe somewhere along the lines of
I feel
kick
like
the
there's a
cat or
Ignore the
scare the
spectrum
cat.
of people between ignore the cat and
Well, yeah.
some very drunk people would kick a cat.
Mhm. Okay.
Like normal human beings. But
So we are going to, on the
Basically,
cat
are we playing
scale,
on peaceful mode or hardcore mode?
I still want to set difficulty to peaceful, and then we don't have to deal with enemies.
Exactly.
Just do
Let's
it
just
the
walk
Minecraft way.
around and roleplay all the time.
Yeah. Well, then it's just all RP.
Is PvP
Yeah.
on?
Just player on player violence constantly
on the
because we're bored
difficulty
of just wandering
scale,
around.
how difficult do you want it, Ryan? Based off
Has
of,
everyone else decided on
because
this?
I think we all said,
That was the
reasonable
main
challenge, I
topic of
believe.
conversation during the first
It-
hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. We also talked about, like, it would be interesting if it was just stupidly hard, but
Mhm.
also that's
No.
something for everyone to weigh in on.
It would be interesting, but I'd prefer not to do that if it's possible. I think reasonable difficulty makes the most sense because it's
All right.
reasonable.
So the idea being that, like, the challenge rating is apt for your characters.
Yes, I would assume.
Like,
yes.
if we make it more difficult, the challenge rating would be, higher than what
Yeah,
is
but
apt
then
for your
that
characters
makes
if we
it
make it easy.
much harder to actually win, and more likely for us to just die repeatedly.
Right. So that's why we're talking about
And we won't
difficulty.
even have a DMPC to save us.
You will have a DMPC, I will clarify this, for the
Oh.
first major quest.
Never mind, we have a DMPC to save us.
I mean,
We kill them immediately.
I don't like the cut of this guy's jib. Let's kill him.
I'm telling you, I'm just true chaotic.
I mean, I'm
I don't
true
know, how did I
neutral,
wake
so you
up
can
this
probably
morning?
convince me.
I mean, again, think about why your character might help someone. Because this
I
is a
wouldn't.
story about, like, the heroes of the world. The people who help out.
I'm helping put
I
this
mean,
guy out of misery.
history is won by the victors. So, in theory, if we're all villains and we win, will look like
So-
the heroes.
We
If
get to
not,
write the
Have
history.
a- That's
called
we
an
get to
anti-hero.
write
To
the
have a
history.
lawful good character
the-
tagging along with a bunch of chaotic evil characters, not realizing that he's the only guy that's not got bad intentions.
I mean, if the Nazis won World War II, we would all be Nazis right now because they would have been the victors and the heroes.
Debatable.
I would disagree with that.
Have you guys not
Anyway,
seen all
we're
of
going to
those
talk about
alternate
challenge
universe
ratings now instead of
stories?
Nazis, because that's
It
not
doesn't
good.
matter. People are still the people they are.
All right, the 10-minute get back on focus
yeah.
alarm just went off.
Enough
So
about the
raise your
Nazis.
hand if you're thinking challenge rating equal to what's reasonable. Okay. Seems to be unanimous.
Well, except for the one person that isn't here, and the DMPC doesn't get a vote.
The person who's not here is a new player. They've never played D&D before.
I saw that.
Also, I
Jason.
don't know how you did that, but I know how I did this.
Hey, it quacked.
How do? Wait, yeah, it did quack. Hold on.
Because it's a Discord. It's a
Yeah,
Discord.
there's a Discord soundboard.
Oh.
I wish I had Nitro to use sounds that I have in other servers.
I too wish I could be using some of the things from other servers.
I mean,
I've
I do have
considered
some
Nitro-based.
Nitro, but I don't have
I've considered Nitro
Push that
based.
cat.
stuff.
Anyway,
Oh,
so we got
that's
difficulty
how I
normal. So now we need to talk about the player relations, I think.
Why?
So,
No.
because it's important.
Not you,
Oh,
the random sausage in general.
That is, in fact, me.
Oh, did you use the meat from Meki Eki?
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice to meet you. Pulls out sausage link.
There's also
On
Holy
guard.
Wizard.
Slaps him with sausage. Nice to meet you.
There's also Cock,
Well,
so there's that.
Whenever you meet someone, you.
There's the Cock. Yo,
Ryan,
that's a lot of Cock.
Oh, jeez. Ryan, what is the line?
I thought it was
Whenever
super
you first meet
cool.
someone, you give them a steak or whatever the heck.
That usually
Ground
comes
beef?
vampires.
Furblatten.
What?
Oh,
Come on, people.
for Blatten,
Wait, what's happening?
you give him a
Sorry.
big slap of meat.
So
Oh,
the
whenever there's-
reminder alarm for the 10-minute get back on
Yeah.
track is going off now.
Yeah.
Lies.
Something about you meet someone on the street, you give them a big slap of meat.
I'm
Okay.
looking it up right now. Don't worry.
But yeah,
I'm an adult. Leave me alone.
so we've got a bard, a barbarian, a rogue, a ranger, and a wizard. And how
wizard?
might how might these people interact? Are there any of you who might want to be friends with each other, already knowing each other, or do you want to just kind of meet up during this festival?
I don't think it would make sense for my
is this
character to
party
know any
together?
of these people.
I think the same for me.
Yeah, mine's
Probably.
fairly new at wandering the world.
Whenever you meet someone on the street, don't shake their hand. Just stomp your feet, and your conversation won't be complete.
Is not being complete.
you
Yeah,
give-
okay.
What? And your conversation won't be complete until you give him a big slab of meat. Classic turtle saying, you see.
Yeah.
Sorry, that was bothering me.
All right.
Anyway,
So Jason, Morgan, and Paul are all strangers to each other.
so who is? Can I get a rundown of who everyone is?
Sure. So Jason is an elf bard. Mario, who's not here, is a Goliath barbarian. Morgan is a human rogue. Paul is an Aarakocra ranger, and you are a turtle wizard.
How
God, we got a
surprised
really
are you?
diverse party here.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how surprised are you that I'm playing a rogue?
Where's the 0 button? I feel like
You may be
personally-
surprised that you might be surprised at the direction of my character, though. He's not staying a rogue for long.
Well, I mean,
I
you
mean,
did
he
say you
will
were going to be a
stay rogue.
paladin, so yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna multi-class.
Wait, how are you a rogue and yet lawful? Hold on a second.
Good question.
You'll figure that out
Lies and
eventually.
scandals.
If you
You
really
could be
want to know,
lawful.
get to know my character and know his background.
No.
Okay, then
And
I guess
Lawful
I
is a
never know.
rules follower. It doesn't mean they necessarily follow the law.
Yeah. So
Law is
the
a set of
character who's not
rules.
here, back to
Yeah, but the
ruling, I
law,
guess.
like if you have
Also
like a
not to touch on secret stuff.
neutral or evil lawful character, or lawful evil or lawful neutral character, they follow their own set of rules. Like they have like a very strict set of morals that they follow.
Well,
As
like
opposed
Jim
to like
disposing of bodies.
general laws.
Anyway, back to D&D things.
Yes. So the player who's
Bit
not
of
here,
alignment.
Mario, he is the Goliath barbarian, and he's going to be a town noble, or a noble in the town, I guess. And he is someone
Goliath.
who, yes, he is a noble.
All right, just making sure. I'm trying to make sure I'm
and-
keeping track of everyone properly.
Aren't Goliaths like size differently than?
Yes.
They're big.
They're technically normal size.
I would
but
not
they're, like,
pick that as my. I would not personally
like-
pick that as my first ever D&D character. That seems a little complicated.
I mean, he's
I
pulling
mean,
a Travis
he
Willing
sent.
head.
If you look in the art tab, this man is what he sent me. He's like, I want to look like this guy. And so it's
yeah.
like gray skin, barbarian, or gray skin, Goliath,
That is
big bulky,
is- yeah, no.
barbarian. And I gave him
wanna
a question
try
of
to
like,
draw-
what stats do you
I might try
favor?
to draw
And
my
he chose the
character at some
ones
point. I
for
don't
barbarian.
think there's going to be any way to make him on the one website that I have.
I want to.
I
assume
did-
that-
I was just practicing drawing a general human figure the other day and accidentally drew Xander. But like that's beside the
there you go.
point.
So what
So
do you say,
Like I
Ryan?
did his hair and then suddenly it was Xander because I gave him a half up and like that's I just associate that with Xander.
well, where is everyone coming from? Out of curiosity, because I'm
So,
hard traveling.
all right, I was clarifying Mario's character.
Yeah.
So he runs like a fitness studio in this town.
Oh, good. We have a
and his-
gym.
Indeed. And his
Pump some iron.
family's sort of like shtick is that they are a barbarian family who are whose goal is to help out, the weaker people of the town, and whatever town they set up a fitness studio in, and through self-help, or not self-help, but like they're very kind people who like want to help people get fit, basically.
So like if we
He's a
spent so
personal
many
trainer.
hours if we spent so many hours in the gym, would we get to add a point to our strength score?
Yeah, can he like just be
It
our
would take a
PT?
while, but yes.
Can he just be our PT? We ignore the
Would he?
the actual like quest and whatnot, and he's just our PT for a while.
My bard goes from -1 strength to +5 before
Oh,
we leave the
I
town.
don't think I clarified this to you, Ryan. But
Yeah.
after, so this session 1 will be run sort of as a one-shot because Mario's new, and he wants to try things out. And so if he decides, maybe the D&D is not for him, there will be about a week and a half between the end of session 1 and the start of session 2, where you can say you did different things in the town
Half
before
in
the.
presume.
What's that?
A week and a half in game or out of game?
A week and a half in game.
Okay, I figured, but I wanted to make sure.
And so, because you're leveling up from level 2 to level 3, you could. I'm pretty sure that gives you. It's either 3 or 5 that gives you ability score increase.
4.
Level 4. Okay.
Okay, so
but-
you get to pick your subclass.
3
is
tends to be
subclass
subclass.
for most, but
Mm.
personally, as a wizard, I get it at 2.
Right. But essentially, you could say, that training when you get to level 4 then helped you, level up that strength. And that's how we would deal with that. If you say, I'm training at the gym there.
Who's Jim?
Deathbringer.
Ah, I punch him in the face.
Jim T. Deathbringer.
Oh,
Jim,
yes,
Jim
sorry,
T.
we have to
Deathbringer,
include-
indeed,
Can't forget the T.
We have to include the T.
which stands for the.
Yep, his middle name is the.
That was my first character in Ryan's campaign, by the way.
Yep. Oh,
Because he's just like, do whatever. So I did
try.
whatever. Okay. So Jason is a stranger in this town. Morgan, stranger in this town. Paul, stranger in this town. Ryan,
probably
you been in
shouldn't
town? Stranger in this town.
go. I think I've probably been in here like a week, half a week, but probably don't know any of these people.
So those of you who are traveling, Jason, Morgan, and Paul, do you want to say that maybe you met up before the events of the first session, just like you were traveling along the same road and you happened to meet, and you're like, one of you knew that this salmon festival was going on in Dolan. And you're like, hey, there's cheap but very delicious, food here. Let's go ahead and take a stop. Like, that's a possible route we could take, just so that we don't spend like an hour saying, oh, hey, you're who now? You're what now? Oh, okay.
Who with the what now?
Would anyone be interested in doing that?
I
Repeat.
feel like my character would know of this festival, so I can do it.
Okay.
I assume my character came specifically for the festival.
I also assume my character came for this festival.
I got a short life. I gotta fill in. I gotta cram in
I can
the
give you.
Yo, nice.
Feast
is
of
this,
the
cat's
Salmon
name?
or something. Festival of the Salmon. I don't know. I
Mhm.
heard salmon and I came.
My character, I believe, would not know of the festival and would just happen to be in town at the time that it's happening and be like, hey, what the heck is going on here?
Okay.
What is this cat's name? I
Um,
must know.
Scott,
Yeah.
this is Calypso.
Hi, Calypso.
She's going for the fly.
Pretty fly.
Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Morgan
Now
and
she's just loving. From now on,
Morgan
if you make a
Jason.
joke, you must follow it up with a but-unce.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, good. Our
Is-
campaign's called the Bean Squad.
I didn't know what else to put there.
You clearly did. You put a cat.
Oh, she loves me.
Uh huh.
She's
I
run
did
off
it.
by now.
I did the thing.
Oh, cool.
She may just be seeking attention.
But Morgan and Jason, would you two know each other? Having like traveled into this town?
Like having met in the road, maybe. Wouldn't know any
Yeah.
secrets about each
Okay.
other, probably. He wouldn't know any secrets about my character anyway.
Probably not.
Trust issues.
Why do you have secrets?
I guess you'll find out if you get to know my character.
I won't.
I mean, she probably
you'll
at
never
least has
find
like a
out.
secret.
We're just gonna keep going in this cycle. I can keep going in this cycle. If you want to know, you gotta role play.
No, that's
I'm
it's
terrible
something
at
to
keeping
tell me.
secrets, but like one of my
Exactly.
campaign ideas is gonna require that I keep a really big secret, so I need to practice keeping secrets about my character.
Good luck.
What was that?
Whoa, what was that?
She tried to jump on the back of my chair, but she like also got me in the process.
Oh no.
She like
I
landed
missed
on my
it. That's
hoodie
not
and like pulled it off the chair and fell.
Oh
Oh,
no.
that's what that voice was.
So,
Silly cat.
so-
I have to ask.
favorite-
Is name here going to be his name?
No. He
Okay.
just hasn't given me a name yet.
Okay. Just had to make sure.
I need to come up with a name.
I have a couple
I just keep
characters whose
imagining-
names on the character sheet aren't their actual names.
Oh, by the way, Ryan, I
Because they
currently
go
have
by,
your name
like, a
set
different-
as G Money.
Why?
Well, we had Grimblin, Groblin, Greg, George, and G Money, and all I've got left now is George and G Money. And Jason decided he
no,
was going to be
it's-
George
But not with a G.
Yeah.
with a J. Jorg.
Don't worry. I chose my name already, and it's Gar.
G-U-A-R?
G-A-R.
Oh,
Nope.
G-A-
Gengar.
G-A-R. 3 letters.
Gar.
I checked
Gar,
what total
last
names
name
are.
Field.
Well,
Nice.
no,
I'm
turtles don't
sticking
have
to my
last names.
tendency. I'm sticking to my
Oh.
tendency for 1 or 2 syllable names.
Although I was very
That's-
tempted to go with the name Nordle, so I could be Nordle the Turtle.
That's great.
I
I
didn't
was
realize
just
that
gonna
until
say
recently.
that
Paladin.
Somebody
I'm
pointed out to me
assuming that's
recently that all my character names are like 1 or 2 syllables.
I always make long character names, especially for one shots. Ryan, if I ever do a one shot, or I guess Ryan DM or any Ryan, if I ever do if I ever do a one shot with you guys, you'll see the absolute absurdity of my character names. I have two
Jake,
right
my-
here.
Eric with the K?
Darmon Distantarion and
Yeah, I have,
Karimini
like, I have-
Sarvarus.
I have
Right,
two
okay, never
characters
mind.
with the last name.
That's much.
I have two characters with the last name. One of them is Eric with a K.
Nixula Frenfina at your service.
GMT Deathbringer.
Let me pull up my list of names and just read the first names out.
Maxwell Cyphers at your service.
One of these characters I played was in a one shot.
They're
with
all like
a friend.
standard names. I say that as I look at Dominic and Xander at the top of the list. Xander's an exception. His actual name is a lot different. Flint, Finley, Rowan, Eric, Adrian, Samuel, Owen, Lumen, Riss, Alex, T, Cody, and Oliver.
I should really roll stats. I'm looking at my stats right now. I put in 3s for everything. I'm like, why am I terrible at everything? Oh, that's right.
I looked at
put
my
in
stats
3
and I was
for
like,
every
I'm
stat.
too good. I looked at my stats and I was like, this is too good. I'm gonna reroll, and I rerolled and it got better.
Oh, jeez.
I didn't want to have a 20 right off the bat, so I decided against my first
can't.
rolls.
You can't have a 20.
I can because of my
Oh,
race
you mean
modifier.
plus? Yeah. Okay, I thought you meant like you rolled a 20.
No,
on
I
dice.
can't
I
roll
was
20
like,
now.
Excuse me, that's not allowed.
No, I would have had a 20
That's
index.
illegal.
I should probably go grab my dice, but at the same time,
We're not going to
is
be
there
doing
anything else
much
we need to
rolling right now.
When you
Okay.
turn your
Well, I
head
need to
just
roll
right,
stats.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Ryan, when you turn your head just right, Chewbacca comes into focus. And it recognizes his face as a face.
Fantastic.
Nice.
I am going to go quickly grab my dice so I can roll stats, but I can still hear you.
I have dice. I can roll stats for you.
Nope,
All right,
I don't
quick.
trust your dice.
Insult
No, I
his
have good dice.
Grogu.
I have good stats. Let me see.
I'll be using my own, mostly because I need to grab a few things from it.
Your loss. I rolled 4 13s earlier.
That's not bad.
It is when you have 4 13s and 11 and a 14. You literally have +1 or more on everything.
Well, did you re-roll ones? Because apparently, according to Ryan, you're allowed to re-roll ones.
Yeah, you can reroll ones. There was something I was going to... last names in this campaign. I don't know if I clarified it for you yet, Ryan. But usually, like, most commoners just have one name. That's what they go by. But nobles, or people who think that their like family status matters, would usually come up with some sort of family name to, follow by.
Oh,
Or
like
have their ancestors follow this.
Percival Frederickson von Musa-Kozlowski Drola III of the Royal House of Whitestone.
Yes, and the extra eccentric people, or in one sense, the royal family of Edelstein would have an eccentric long
it's
name
Germantown.
like that.
It's German. I don't speak German. How am I gonna
I mean, I
survive?
can read off some of the location names for you, Ryan.
Oh no.
My name sounds like the German word for morning, which is funny because I'm the opposite of a morning person. Unless you
Get
count
ready-
early morning as morning, in which case I'm very much a morning person.
Get ready for
Xander.
logging camp. Oh man.
Logging camp.
That didn't sound German.
That's very
Jasper.
German.
Crown Mountain.
I'm not going to Crown Mountain.
1, 2, 3.
There's also places like Berk Woods or Schloss Forest or Blatt River.
Oh my gosh, I
Fennec's
just
not
rolled
German.
a 16.
I think he's speaking non-English, but I'm
Castanian
not positive.
Forest.
I'm pretty sure he's speaking non-English. Help.
Actually, there's not a lot of places. Eisentown. I think that's the extent of it. Ulme Coast. Esch Grasslands. Larsh Plains, I think I already said.
Why are you just listing German words?
No, these are the places on the map.
Like I said, why are you just listing German words?
Because this is a medieval setting.
So at one
Medieval
point,
didn't happen
whether
in
it's a
Germany.
one-shot,
Everyone knows that.
if I ever write a one-shot, the bad guy's name is going to be like Zyrtec or something like that, just because all medicine names sound like evil villains.
True.
Because
My mind
find
immediately went to Zurg from
Good old
the Toy Story
Zampan
movie.
Gum.
I like to think that Xander's name came from him desperately trying to think of some random name,
Oh,
and he
cool.
thought Xander. Started to say Zyrtec because he thought it was going to be funny, but then he decided not to.
Probably not a good idea, seeing as that is now your legal name. Well, if you had a
Legal
legal
name.
name. If you had a legal name.
Who knows? Maybe he'll go back to his original name. We'll figure it out when we get there.
Father,
First,
it's
the party
me,
has to figure out that
Michael.
Xander isn't his original name.
I mean, you put it on a tombstone. It's not
You
that
kind
hard.
of did. And I kind
Okay,
of
the
saw.
only person who saw that was Gerald, and he seems to have forgotten it. So,
Gerald seems to forget a lot of things.
or not care.
You want to hear a joke about dementia?
Am I
Also,
allowed to
he
take
would
Morgan
never-
up on her offer right now? Because these are not the greatest stats ever.
What was that?
Xander is never going to go by Michael again, just for the record. That is not what I mean by going back to his original name.
I know what you mean.
What did you say about stats, Ryan?
I was asking if I'm still able to take Morgan up on that offer of
Or
using her stats, because these
I mean, I
aren't
have
great.
these, which are, like, they don't look good until you put them in and have, like, no zeros.
So, I mean, I'm not getting any zeros, but I currently have 2 sets of 12 and 2 sets of 13.
it's not bad.
So, very mid.
It's all right.
Well, I just rolled a 9, so I don't know if I'd be the best one to... Except I get to reroll ones, right?
Yep. Alright,
Yeah,
that
that'd
was
be
a decent.
14.
Oh, good. A 13! I am going to have nothing higher than 13.
I know! Like,
That's
I
fine.
rolled 4 13s in a single, like, thing.
Oh, good. There's a 6 in there. But also 2 3s, so probably not great. 3 3s. All right. A 12. I got 3. All right. 3 12s and 3 13s. My stats are going to be very uniform.
I have one character that has, like, a -2 or a -3 in charisma. It's really funny.
That's me right now. I have a 6 for charisma.
Oh my. Did you reroll one?
That
did.
was my reroll. The second one. I chose that one because my first one
Well,
I
you're
felt
able
was
to
too
reroll
good.
the one again if you keep getting ones.
Oh no. I like did a whole roll for all of my
Oh.
stats and I was like, I want to do another one to see if it's funnier. And yeah,
It's
it was
actually-
certainly funnier.
Yeah, I have a character, and it actually makes so much sense. He's got, like, a -2 on charisma and a -1 on dexterity, which is, like, funny because it actually makes sense, seeing as I'm planning on having him, like, autistic. So, like, fine motor skills and, like, charisma are, like, 2 not very...
I am going to be the
Autistic things.
weirdest. Oh my god, I am going to be the weirdest. You guys. Stat is currently my strength. And it's not
You're
because I chose. I have a bonus to my
This man is
strength.
entering the
because of
Matrix.
What?
Turtle
You've
wizard
been
gonna
cutting out
smack
for a
people
little.
with
You're cutting
a
out.
club.
Oh. Yeah, no, because as a turtle, I get a +2 to strength. So my strength of 13 made it a 15. My intelligence, which is what I cast with, is currently sitting at a 13. This is.
Bread.
I hope you guys can carry.
I got my 2 important stats as a high thing, and then the rest of them are mid to low.
I have a +1 on everything except for my wisdom and my strength. World's weirdest wizard.
I have a +3, +2,
I don't know
+1,
how-
+0, +0, -2.
I don't know how powerful it'll be because I've never played a multi-class rogue paladin. But, like, having it like in a paladin attack be a sneak attack also would, I feel like, would be pretty powerful.
Question for the DM.
Yes.
So I wanted to potentially swap out one item specifically because of my subclass. So under the wizard starting equipment, I can choose either a quarterstaff or a dagger. I was wondering if I could swap the dagger for a short sword.
I don't see why not. We've been traveling. You might have picked it up.
Yeah, I figure it's the thing I messaged you about earlier. Is where I got it. Whenever I learned the thing. Okay, I assume you know what I'm talking about.
Not at all, but I'll remember eventually.
Okay, hold on. I'll make sure I know which queue it is. It was just the first queue. At 10:59.
I do know what you're talking about here.
Yeah.
I will turn off Discord on the recording,
Ooh, yay.
and then I'll look at some of the secret messages.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Morgan has sent me a Microsoft
Yes.
Word document.
Get used to it. I got one
That's
too.
what I was talking about
It's
before. I use
constantly
I use
updated.
Word for all my character detail sheets, but if it doesn't work, I can do Google Docs for this one character.
Oh, just like how
But
how
I
people
think I
understand
shared
magic.
it, so it should be you should be able to see changes in real time.
So
Don't worry, I got
your
one.
question was just related to how people understand magic?
No. It wasn't so much the question. It was the stuff about my background. Wait. Yeah. The
And
second half of that.
all the text
The
you see
thing about
there
the
is all on the Word document. There's actually nothing else on the Word document yet. So
Okay.
Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Okay.
I figure I got the sword when I did that. When I made the discovery. If that works for you. So it's like a special sword or something.
Okay, sure.
Up to you.
I have a super rare
Oh, yeah, I'm a wizard.
dragon's wrath.
I get to prepare spells. Wait, I thought wizards prepared spells. Why is it not preparing them? Sadness. Yeah, prepared spells. I'm confused.
Sad wizard voice.
You're looking at the ones that are already prepared.
I think I have to learn literally every spell and then prepare them. Okay.
Yeah, I think.
This is stupid.
So consult me
auto-
about spells that you have.
All of them.
Oh, I had just a random general question
No,
about.
literally, I get access to all wizard spells, but I can only prepare a certain number per day.
Okay.
What features would give you proficiency in longsword?
Feature?
Hey, what different
martial
things could?
weapon?
Well, because I have a human level 2 rogue, and I'm confused as to why he knows longsword. Is that just
I think it might just
general-
be a rogue thing.
Is that just their general?
You can, if you hover over it, you can actually see what it will. It'll tell you where it comes from.
Oh yeah.
Why am I not seeing longsword on my table? Oh, because it's in the other one.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, it's a martial weapon.
Yeah, you get it from rogue.
Versatile.
Yeah. I see it now. I didn't think.
Versatile means you could one hand or two hand it.
One hand, yeah. Yep. Oh, good. I'm not the only D&D nerd here. I won't have to say everything.
I had this up earlier because I was looking at weapons.
Ah.
I was just looking at my character. I'm like, why the heck is he proficient in longsword?
All right, now I got to figure out what cantrips do I. Oh well, you got to take firebolt.
I have a proficiency
No, you
in
have to take
persuasion,
Gust.
but it's +0 because of my
Gust?
charisma.
Yes, why would I take Gust?
Because Gust is the best cantrip.
I have a +7 in stealth as a level 2 rogue.
Ooh.
Nice.
I think, yeah, I have a +5 in persuasion and performance.
This is a cursed screenshot. I hate this.
I have a +3 in persuasion. Oh my gosh, I have a good screenshot of one of my characters. Wait, let me grab it.
Oh wait, I just noticed the filled-in circle.
Yeah,
Hold
I'm
on.
proficient in it, but it's +0 because of my charisma.
that took me a hot second. Wait, aren't you a bard?
No,
I'm the bard. I'm the one with all the half
He's a ranger.
proficiencies.
That is not.
No,
Okay,
if I was
cool.
bard, I would not have put a 6 in charisma.
I was very concerned there for a second.
By the way, what is everyone's passive perceptions?
14.
I was
Passive
going to ask,
perception.
am I allowed to re-roll all the stats to see if I can get something like a better combo?
Why did it come up that way? That is terrible.
13
I'd say
on
keep what you've got. So Jason's got
Well, just
13.
because everything is a 1, it doesn't really feel like it's actually playable.
Every roll was a
What
1.
the-
You can re-roll those.
So everything is a +1, basically.
That's
Ah.
not this character.
Oh.
That's one
Oh,
of my. It's like a level 10 rogue bard multi-class. So
let me go grab my.
That explains it.
Let me
Yeah,
go
that's-
grab
that
one of my
makes a lot
other
more
character
sense.
sheets. I got something much higher than that.
I think
Yeah, I was
it's
wondering-
funny though because there was especially since it was a one shot and there were no critical fails, he could literally not fail a stealth or like any of those checks. There's like no way to fail
And
those
you were
unless it's
teamed up with a fighter that you decided to steal from. Good
So
idea.
Ryan,
Which one?
if you really like have a gripe with your base roll stats, I'll let you re-roll the set, but keep either the re-roll or this one.
Yeah, that's what I was asking because it doesn't feel like it's actually usable for the class I'm going with because it's a +1 for intelligence, which is my spellcasting thing.
+1's
The
pretty
highest
good.
I got was
Like it's above average.
when re-rolling 1. Yeah, average is not good for what should be your primary stat.
You're also level 2.
Yeah, and your stats don't increase over levels.
I mean, as you level up, you can get
Yeah.
ability
Stat
Yeah, but I
increases.
prefer
increases.
feats because
Yeah.
they're much more interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, see, that's
it
already
looks like
better.
a commoner
My
is just like
first
straight
roll-
10s on stats.
Yeah, and for someone that's supposed to be a hero, having just like a slight advantage on them doesn't feel.
Well, you're not a
Correct.
hero yet.
But I'm
You're
supposed
at
to be a
level 2.
heroic character, and again, it doesn't increase.
Right, you have
them,
that in nature.
but clearly, I don't have the physical or the
Um,
the
That's why
stats
you
don't
get better.
correlate with what is trying to happen. Is all I'm trying to say.
Game.
Also, that's already better. I got a 15. Already better.
Portal
I'm
is
gonna take
smart
whatever
now.
this one- Yeah, I can actually be intelligent. Not the worst. Hey, look at that. A 14. Better.
Portal
Doing
still
better.
has strength.
Well, because my turtle is supposed to be both because I'm a turtle, but also a
Oh,
wizard.
you're Blade
I'm-
Singer. Right.
I'm Blade Singer. So basically, my idea is I want to be kind of a glass cannon, almost. So it's tough to hit me, and I can do a decent amount of damage. But if you hit me, I'm going to shatter because I'm a wizard.
Morgan, what was your passive
Oh,
perception?
it's so good.
passive perception
It's a 16.
12.
See, I just need to get the
All
bad rolls out first.
Paul?
Hmm?
Passive
Sorry?
perception?
Oh, my
what's
passive
that?
perception was a
14?
14. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'm figuring out
12,
what mine
13,
is. Hold on.
14.
We got an 11 with Mario's character. So we got 11, 12, 13, 14. Can we
Good
make
news,
it
one
a
of my stats won't be
15
great.
or a 10 on passive perception?
Okay.
And then just going through
This feels
ACs,
far
Jason,
more
you're at
pure.
13. Morgan's also at 13, and Paul's also at 13. Correct?
Should be.
Oh, those stats are way better, and honestly more fluctuating.
I don't have my armor on. Hold on.
Oh, okay. You know what though? I don't think I've told anybody in this group how my first character. I might have told other Ryan.
I know. I trust.
I think
My
you told
first ever
me as well.
character, my first ever session, ended up being a one shot because the DM was too busy that semester. It was so funny because I was playing a rogue. I had no idea I was going to play D&D until like 2 days beforehand. It was my first ever chance to play. I threw this character together the night before. He had no backstory. I just did what I could on D&D Beyond with no knowledge of how D&D works. And I ended up playing this character. He said 2 words throughout the whole like time he knew his party, whatever. And at the end, he died. And it was the funniest thing ever. It was
Right.
the funniest thing ever. I've had one character death in my entire since I started playing last fall. I had one
You're
character
welcome.
death, and it was my first ever character.
I could easily kill all of you, but I haven't. Except for Jim, who I kind of killed, but didn't.
just resting.
Yeah. Somewhere else.
6 feet under.
All right. Passive perception?
Yeah,
Wait,
passive perception.
is Jim the other
He's the
guy
guy
that
who
was
pooped.
from the other world?
No, that's
Nope.
Kai.
That was a different guy. Okay.
I thought I got.
Oh, and what are y'all? Jason, what was your AC with armor? Is it
14.
14? Morgan, what's your AC with armor? Morgan's not here. Paul, what's your AC with armor?
I'm here.
You know what mine is. I can't wear armor.
Let me equip armor. Oh, also the reason why I brought up my first character is because he probably would not have died if I'd known that D&D Beyond didn't automatically equip armor.
Mhm.
I didn't realize you had to do it manually, and I didn't, so he died.
My AC would be
Question for-
14 with armor.
Question for the
Brian.
group.
With
14.
armor,
Yes.
it's 14.
14. All right, and Ryan is
I'm-
at 17 because Toro.
17!
Wordle.
Try me! Only problem is
might-
my AC can't increase from where it is.
None of the armor fits you, unfortunately.
I can get some. I'm gonna
Magic.
eventually get some special crafted armor. Question for the group, kind of. Should I take proficiency in Arcana or History? Which one feels more of a priority?
I have history as a proficiency.
All right.
You
Wait,
are
I'm
a
just
wizard.
realizing it might be- I'm just now realizing. Well, because it's either. So my two proficiencies I'm thinking of are Arcana. Well, 3 I guess. Arcana, History, and Insight. Or Investigation, but I figure someone else has Investigation. I think.
I also have investigation.
I do
Yeah.
not have investigation.
As
All
the
right, so you got
ranger?
Investigation. Yeah, no,
What?
he has Survival.
Ah,
Yeah, I feel like I can take Arcana and Insight if you got History.
Yeah, I've got history and investigation.
All right.
Plus, I'm
I also-
bard, so the only things that aren't
Yeah.
positive,
Oh,
I think,
yeah.
is only athletics. Yeah, athletics is the only.
Yeah, no, I also got Medicine and Religion. So if we need either of those.
I also picked medicine because I wasn't sure. Like, now I know we don't have a cleric.
Yeah.
And also, 2 of my 5 spells are healing spells.
Bird.
All right, Ryan, you were asking what my passive perception is?
yes, passive perception.
Oh, 13.
Solid 13. All right, lowest passive perception is at an 11. Interesting.
Oh, good. I'm not it.
Hmm.
Is it the rogue? I think it would be funny if it was the rogue.
It was the Goliath.
It's
Oh,
the
that's
Goliath.
fair.
It would
The rogue's at 12.
I have higher than the rogue. What?
You're
Something
tied
just
with the
makes
bard.
sense here.
With rogues are passive perceptions is wisdom, and wisdom is my character's lowest stat for some reason.
Hmm.
It's
no,
a
I'm
0,
liking it.
but
That's
like
more- these feel way more consistent with a player character. I like these.
Just like
better.
what is being recorded right now is mostly just a long cat. And that's me.
I was
And
gonna say.
That's
Oh,
the
shit.
cat
Oh, yeah.
that's either gonna get pet or kicked.
There we go. Now we got Discord back.
If I saw that cat, I might just try and put it out of its.
I would pet it. That's a cute
It's
cat.
just going in
It-
for a look, you know?
it just
Yeah.
wants
Is
love.
that what it is? It looks like it got like combined. It's the Simic hybrid of a cat and a giraffe. It's like the pet of a Simic hybrid.
Chocolate.
That thing is an abomination and should not exist. We're going to eventually encounter a long cat, aren't we?
Pulls up stats for a cat. Cat's a monster, obviously.
Technically.
First stat sheet I have in my monster
Oh,
table is cat.
Ryan. Because you were asking about ACs. My AC gets increased whenever I do the Blade song.
Hmm.
And it's increased by my intelligence modifier, which is 3. So, in theory, if I do a Blade song and then go in my shell, I've got a 24 AC. Hit me now, suckers! I can't do anything, but you can't hit me.
I cast a singular spell.
So in the campaign that I'm in, where we do have a turtle, me and one other character were off way away. The turtle is by himself. He comes across some, I don't know what it is, but it has Eldritch Blast, and it got the turtle with like 60 something health down to like in the single digits, and nobody knew it until afterward when the cleric was finally like, okay, does anybody need healing? The guy's like, I could use a bit, please. And it turned out, like, since he spent the rest of the day in like the single digits because he just didn't mention that he needed healing.
Whenever I do my blade song, you guys better watch out.
You better watch
Like, he got so close to
You
death,
better
and like,
watch out. You better
You
watch
better
out.
watch. So, if any of you guys know the spell Shadow Blade, I think Morgan, I sent it to you at one point. That's a 2nd level spell. That is going to be my first 2nd level spell I grab. Because
my favorite cantrip is inflict wounds. Or no. My favorite cantrip,
Toll
it
the
was
Dead.
Pull the Dead. Yeah, that one's funny.
Yeah.
Was what?
No.
Good old Taco
Pull the
Bell.
Dead.
Oh.
It's
Taco
what
Bell.
is it? It's like 1d8 if it's the first damage done to it, but if the thing already has damage to it, it's like 2d8s. It's really fun.
So, Shadow Blade, it basically creates a sword in your hand that deals 2d8 psychic
yeah.
damage.
I know this
It's finesse, it has the light property and the thrown property. So I
What?
could just chuck a psychic blade. Yeah, no, it's amazing.
And it's finesse.
Yeah, and finesse. So this is literally like what I structured this character around. I'm like, all right, the second I get
Shadowblade.
3rd level, Shadow Blade, Blade Song. I am going to be a terrifying creature to fight. And again, I want to be like the most glass cannon possible. I can't tank damage, but I can deal out quite a bit. If you hit me, I'm screwed.
And then you find
but I
out
can hit you.
that Toll the Dead exists.
What is Toll the Dead again? I'm trying to remember it.
It can avoid AC.
Yeah,
it's
no,
cantrip.
that's what I'm afraid of. Those are
Also,
gonna
a
be
lot of
what I'm
spells
afraid of.
don't care about AC.
Yeah.
They're
I know,
usually
but
like saving throws or some shit.
But normally during the first while, you don't encounter things with spells. You encounter things that try and punch you. Ryan's gonna make the first enemy just like a guy that can immediately
What?
Bagpipe or something.
Yeah, it looks like
bagpipe
a
or something.
bagpipe.
I'm choosing the most
Zolkun.
important part of my character, the musical instrument.
I see. That
And
is important.
I wondered what Zolkun was, and I looked it up, and it's just, it looks like a weird bagpipe.
I just looked at it and realized I'm absolutely covered in hair. Like, I look like I have a fursuit on.
I need to get the
Gonna make a
Among Us
joke and
just
then I
like I think it's the killing sound.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
The
Da,
squish
da, da,
or
da,
whatever.
da, 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 da,
Ah.
Oh, what?
Oh, that's
That's
the
funny sound.
Isn't that
Isn't-
like the main theme or something?
Yeah, that's
yeah,
like
a-
I thought that was
I've
like
never
the
played Among
start-
Us, so I don't know.
I haven't either. I've just
have.
seen 1 or 2 videos of it.
Yet my Christmas present from the people I was living with for like 3 years got me Among Us, despite
so
the
that's
fact
why
that I
you have
never
that.
played it. Yeah, no, it was a Christmas present.
I
I
got
think I
mine
may
from
have-
my sister.
I like how neither of you actually went out and bought it.
Yeah, no, this is
You were
100%
given it.
given to me.
I
usually.
unfortunately do own Among Us because I bought it.
Oh wait, I think I
I
technically
play
own
it for
on
free
Steam
on my
because they had-
phone.
That's
Right,
the Among
watch
Us killer
together.
sound effect.
Oh yeah, it's still like
Yeah.
sound.
I don't hear it. And every time I try and restart it, it just immediately ends.
I like
well,
how
I
I'm
guess
looking
I'll
at
never
Among Us.
know it.
Anyway, what other
It
details
made
do y'all
me
want
host.
to? Are there any details y'all would like clarified about this world? Because I have 30,000 years worth of history that Jason may or may not know
Alright.
about. Ryan
So-
may or may not he can't act on any of this information, but
Yeah.
he knows about
Of course.
another 30,000 years worth of history, because that was a different campaign.
I'm gonna quickly look at the map real quick.
Oh, hold on.
I'm gonna
pull that up for you.
quickly look at the map.
There you go. Whoops.
Hmm.
Key locations are there. Whoa, all the locations there. Well, luckily you didn't see too much.
All right, now we're gonna
Let
go
me
to the
go-
recording and look at that.
I know. I was gonna say. Let's just go back to the recording and pause it on that moment.
How
Exactly.
I would maybe know about this?
So you said you had a proficiency in history, right?
Oh, that's what you meant.
Mhm.
I thought you meant I would know. I was like, okay, this
Yeah,
is not three
Jason, you
houses.
specifically know these like 35,000 or 35.
All I'm saying
300
is,
or
all I'm saying
3,500 years of
is,
history.
I'm on summer break. If this 3,000 years of history were to be sent to me,
I would read them and I would memorize them word for word.
Morgan would, honestly.
I would
And then
not.
she
I
would
have the
write
memory of a
extra.
squirrel. I have a
No,
memory
you
of a
wouldn't memorize
squirrel.
it. You would read it though.
I would. I would
So
though.
you would read
have-
it, then you would forget it, and then you would try and add on to it.
In case anybody has not, which I know one of the guys here hasn't heard this, I have a creative writing project that I started a couple weeks ago of first person view of my character's story in the campaign. And
read the
it's
first chapter.
currently 8,000 something words. I did it in a week. I have not written in it since like that first week.
Oh, thank goodness.
I averaged 1,200 words a day or something for a week. It was yeah.
And as the DM, I felt obligated to have to read it all.
You did
And I
not. You
still
should
do.
not feel obligated to read anything I
Too
write.
bad. It's going to be read at some point.
yo, did you know a camel is considered gear?
Yeah.
Yo?
What?
Yeah, no. So is a horse. 'Cause
Wait, what?
technically-
Yeah.
Yeah, you can because you put it. It's technically considered a container in your inventory, so you can add like the horseshoes on them or whatever. Yeah. So same with like a boat. All that stuff is technically considered gear. It's a type of container. It's really stupid, and I hate it.
All right, I'm
Well,
gonna
you know.
leave y'all for a minute so that y'all can
Oh.
just talk together. You know, maybe come up with some sort of ties that you want to have between your characters, if any, or like maybe discuss plans for strategies that you might want. But I'm gonna go.
Oh, that's right. I need
get
to prepare
a
my
drink,
spells. I was like, why do I have so many spells?
'cause I also just finished my snack.
Oh, good lord, what spells should I be preparing?
Offensive.
Offensive?
I would say so.
We have a
Oh my god, I'm a
barbarian.
wizard! I get a familiar! Let's go!
So what classes do we have again? We have a rogue, a barbarian. What was else?
A bard,
Wizard.
Bard and
a
Bard.
ranger,
Ranger.
yeah, wizard.
I mean, I think we already have like a reasonable amount of offensiveness.
I don't
Yeah, I'm
know.
pretty
Like,
offensive.
My
That is
rogue
my
is gonna
character's
multiclass.
entire
My rogue is gonna multiclass into paladin, so like also gonna be offensive.
my bard right now is running very support-based spells.
I feel like... do you have like charm person or anything like that? Because I feel
I
like...
do have charm person right now.
Okay, because I was gonna say, I feel like we should have that, but I don't think I want to take it.
I have charm person.
Because I don't
Um,
feel like that works for my character.
In my,
I also
in my
have
second
long
or
strider.
third,
I saw that was like, ooh.
I'm thinking
In my,
I
like-
might take sleep.
in my like
Or
second week
unseen
of
servant. I don't know.
in my like
there's a lot
second
of-
week of D&D, I was
Oh, wait,
like,
how many
I
should I
want to make a
prepare?
character that's not so magic based because I'm not used to D&D yet, and I don't want
I
to play a
could prepare
magic based
5.
character. Oh, I know what I'll play. I'll play a bard.
Right. It's not magic.
I
It's
said
just
that-
playing
I said
the
it to my
music.
I said that to the DM the first session, and he was like, "What?" And I'm like, he's a magic user, isn't he?
I feel like I have to take shield. Do I need to take shield?
You
I
might
think it'd be
wanna.
funny if I took shield.
Shield is
So,
pretty
Blade-
decent. I'm pretty sure Shield has saved Xander before, hasn't it?
Oh, absolutely, but So Blade Song plus going in my shell plus shield 29 AC. Hit me now.
That would be
Tiamat.
good if you're like on the verge of death.
Tiamat.
Yeah. Come at me, Tiamat. You won't be able to hit me. I can't hit you, but you can't hit me.
Gives bardic inspiration to Tiamat just to see.
Fantastic.
So just watch me casually bless Tiamat. Imagine that worked like inversely though, like bless on an evil creature, like it works inversely because like
So
they're evil and like
the current thing about I've already taken Snipe, which is a good one. Shield, and then Unseen Servant. I need 2 more. Oh, and I'm thinking maybe Witch Bolt. I feel like I need 1 more. I think I have 1 more.
do you have access to inflict wounds?
I don't think I do, and that would be a
Have
cantrip.
you taken what's it called? Magic Missile.
Magic missile.
I'm considering Magic Missile.
I love that
That
spell.
one's the other one I'm looking at.
Is that T?
I think I'll take Magic Missile. Also, the
It
best part
is
of Wizard,
literally
I
hot
can change
water
that
and
every
salt.
day.
Because I scraped the inside of my mouth with something, and so it's like a little.
The best part about being online is you can change your spells
Needs to be
whenever you want.
disinfected.
But yeah, no, it's not. No, well, that's.
I was joking. I'm just joking.
Yeah, no. As a wizard,
Do you
because I prepare
drink it or
spells,
just
Yeah,
rinse
you-
in your
every single
mouth?
day I can change them.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
I
you just
assume
free
like
sodium.
switch your spell
combat.
book or whatever.
Yeah, because of my spell book. So
Yeah.
this is gonna be Wait, what is? Hold on. Oh,
Morgan is so disturbed.
Sorry,
You're
I'm
drinking
thinking.
salt water.
Yeah, sodium.
You're
Warm
drinking
salt
It's
salt
sodium
water.
water?
chloride.
Warm salt water.
Yeah,
Ryan, what?
is there a problem? It's sodium chloride. That's what I said.
Okay,
That's so
okay.
awful.
hear
It's
me out.
disgusting.
Booming
It's
blade.
literally just
on
salty water.
Shadow
What's wrong with
on
that?
Shadow Blade.
Booming blade? Is that what you said?
I have
I'm
a
thinking
homebrew
either-
thing that might potentially be
Hmm.
cool to do, but it's not like a necessity.
I'm trying to think. How can I do like max damage and be the most glass cannon possible? I feel like either booming blade or green flame blade. I think booming blade. I'll figure this out. Ooh, mage hand is also useful. I don't know. Should I take practical cantrips or like damaging cantrips?
I went high elf so I could specifically get gust. So
Why do you want gust?
I love gust. Gust is my favorite cantrip.
Really?
Yeah.
Is anybody else like? Is everybody here? Do their races have dark vision?
Yes.
Nope.
Okay, I won't be
Gonna
the only one.
inconvenient for me.
I won't be
I
the
actually was
only one.
gonna-
I don't know why I keep making human characters because they don't
I
have
do
dark
not.
vision.
Oh, good.
I
Both of us
make a
don't.
lot of elven characters, so I typically do get dark vision.
No, there's a reason that one of my
See, I
first
have-
instinctive moves was to grab dancing lights.
I'm
I'll
so
probably-
used to
that'll-
making characters that always have it that I'm not used to having one that
Same.
doesn't have it.
Imagine
my character-
spending 5 silver on a lantern.
Most of my characters are either human, half elf, or elf. So like, some of them have dark
Yeah,
vision, some of them
same.
don't. I think I've made one half orc and one tiefling, and that's like the only 2 of my characters. I think I have like 14 characters. No, I have 15 characters made.
Should I take Firebolt? Do I need Firebolt?
Let me see.
No, Firebolt's good.
Yeah, I have 3 characters total who are not of 15. 3 of them are not human or half elf or elf. 2 tieflings and a half orc.
Mhm.
I have 3 multi-class characters. Not including Liam.
Huh. Should I take Mage Hand? That looks useful. But okay.
Maybe.
Oh yeah, Ryan. Question. Since I
Which one?
already, Jackie Boy.
Okay, yes.
Since Gar already exists in the world and he's a wizard, do I need to take Find Familiar, or do I need to prepare Find Familiar and then use it in the first session, or can I just have a familiar?
You can, since you're traveling in, you can travel in with your familiar.
Okay, cool. I figured, but I wanted to make sure.
Actually, you said you've been here for weeks, so yeah. Actually, one question for you is, since you've been here for a week, would you be interested in already knowing Mario's character, the barbarian? Like maybe you went to the gym or like met him in a tavern or something.
Yeah, I think that would just have some connectivity between the party, not just, hey, we're all brand new. Who are you guys and what are we doing here?
That is gonna be.
I'm
my
probably gonna have
character.
like a mini like 1 hour one shot with him, just like, oh, he's like going around, he goes to the end and he's like, oh hey, there's a turtle.
Yeah, okay.
Portal.
Turtle. Hello. I still need to figure out his voice.
Do you know what my character's voice is gonna be?
Your
Yours.
voice?
Literally my voice.
Yeah, but I actually do voices because it makes it
I don't
distinct
have the
instead, so
ability to do voices.
I have
do
one
though,
voice.
so
You just destroy your throat. That's all there is to it.
I can do
I'm
plenty of
so-
voices,
Thank you,
but I
Commander
never do
Rob.
any of them when it comes to D&D.
Maxwell Cypher's at the service. That one always destroys my vocal cords.
Oh, how you doing?
Also, apparently,
Oh!
saltwater helps with doing this like raspy type voice.
Oh!
There's that.
No.
Nanobots.
Okay. Nanobots, son.
That's a nice argument, Senator. Why don't you back it up with a source?
Oh,
Source.
this. Okay, I didn't
Sources
realize
that made
this.
Have you seen the version of that where the actual voice actors did it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, it's not
realize
as much energy, but yeah.
Some spells, any spells that can be done as a ritual, as a wizard, I can just do them as a ritual and I don't need to prepare them.
Hmm.
Why have I never played a wizard before?
Wizards are goofy.
I have a wizard who has like 7 health. So level 1 wizard with like 7 health.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. I have 14. Again, I am the most glass cannon thing possible.
I don't have much more than that. I have like 17. Also, I still
I'm
have a freaking
so
party
excited.
wizard on my D&D Beyond, and I don't know why.
Well, all I know is my character knows 5 different languages.
Good lord!
Okay.
Well, joke's on you, I can cast comprehend language.
Mine
You'll be able to
knows
understand
3.
me cursing you out in every single language.
Yep, Alright, hold on. Stop speaking, give me like 10 minutes. Alright, what were you saying? Oh god, he's just swearing at me.
Still?
I've been for the past 10 minutes, bozo.
Swearing at me for the past 10 minutes. Oh
Let's
god.
see here.
Before I forget, because I will forget, I do have like this homebrew thing that I did hear about that sounded really cool, but
Oh, this
also
one.
it's not.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Is it the death saving
The
throws?
death saves, rolling death saves in private between just the players rolling the save and the DM builds a lot more tension during the fights. Because like if you have a player making death saves, and everybody knows how close they are to actual death, then they'll be like, oh, he's got 2 like whatever
He's
good
got 2
saves and
successes and 1 fail.
yeah,
He'll be fine for another round.
he's got 2 successes and no fails. He'll be fine for another round or 2. Whereas if you don't know where he's at, he could be 1 roll away from dying. So you prioritize healing him over fighting the bad guy. Like it adds more tension.
I love it, and I'm totally implementing it in my campaign. Because it's more realistic and also much more fun. And makes sense. What cantrip should I take? What third cantrip? I'm gonna look at I'm gonna look at Jason's character, figure out what you took.
I can just tell you.
Yeah, but
Mage Hand,
this way I don't have-
Prestidigitation.
Oh, you have Mage Hand. Okay, never mind. I won't take Mage Hand. I'm actually trying to strategize my character. This is weird. Oh wait, hold on. Toll the Dead. Yes.
Do you know
By the
what
way-
happened with the Do you know what happened with the Toll the Dead when I had it?
He will
Literally
find out
saved my
eventually.
life 3 different times.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't.
gonna
You weren't
find out
there. You weren't there, but like I might have told you.
Me? Wait. Was this
Oh.
Eric with the
It
cage?
was. It was on. No, it was a solo one shot of my paladin Owen Bassett. There were 3 separate fights where both me and DM Ryan were like, "This ain't gonna work. Where he's gonna die, and that's okay." And then he won.
As
Like-
far as languages go, I'm going to say that the standard languages, I'm going to send a table of it.
Languages
the table
don't
from-
exist. Everyone speaks
Nope,
common.
People just speak in blinks. That's it.
Common does not exist. You have to know every language possible.
Morse code, but with blinking.
Do we have a notes
Alright,
tab?
I'm
Everybody
fluent
just goes around
in-
fluttering
You
their
know
eyes
what's
at
funny,
each other.
Ryan?
Which
My
one?
original, icy. My original, one of my original languages was Draconic before you went into the history of the.
Yeah, I do know what you're talking about this one.
Oh, you know what? I should probably change mine from Draconic then.
Yeah.
Wait, is Draconic not in there? Okay, yes, plus Draconic.
Well, all the dragons are dead.
I mean, there might be like historical texts that use it.
Oh, okay.
I'm taking
I
Elvish
mean-
just because it makes sense for my character, but
I have
Yeah.
2 or technically 3 languages.
It would not make sense for my character to know Draconic in the context of this.
I've
I don't think it makes sense
Dwarvish.
for anyone to know what Draconic is in this context.
I mean, it's only been
Actually-
like 2,000 years since the dragons all died.
Yeah, and
Oh, yeah, it's only-
I have proficiency in history. It could make sense for my character.
Yeah. It might make sense for your character.
I know Common, Elvish, and Thieves can't.
And a lot of like holy texts are like ancient, very like the oldest language known is Celestial.
I got Aquan, bitches. I'ma speak to all the fishes.
No, we will not do your laundry for you.
Dang it!
I can speak Aarakocra, Auran, Common, Elvish, and Goblin.
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 I
I
I
almost
still know
have Goblin
comprehend
too.
language, so.
I have a wild
Don't
magic
worry, guys.
sorcerer from like a whole nother world who can speak Draconic for some reason.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
I never even
Honestly,
thought about like we did talk about it. We said like Draconic was like German or something.
Yeah, there was actual translation languages. Anyway,
It still
Yeah.
wouldn't make sense character development, like character wise, why he would know so many languages because he's not the kind of person who sits down and learns languages for fun. But like it's funny. So
by the way, Ryan,
Mhm.
we, and by that I mean I did the math. With the spell shield, if I'm
You
in
have
my cell
26.
and doing a blade song, no, 29.
29.
Have fun hitting me.
I have
Man,
a note card
you know what's
on
funnier
my
than
desk
24?
still somewhere.
25.
Oh, look at these stats.
Yeah.
Like this is
Pretty good.
typically what I roll when I roll stats.
And then I just roll broken stats.
I've got a
Oh, yeah,
note
why
card
did
on
you
my
roll-
desk.
Oh, right, the NPC. I was gonna say, why did you roll
I have-
stats?
I have a
No,
note
the
card
stats
here
were
somewhere
for
that has the math for
Mario's
how
character.
many copper coins can fit in a Pringles can.
For who?
Mario, The fifth player.
I have a
And
have
how
a
many-
thing
how many
somewhere.
can-
main
I also
here.
have a list of all the things that Xander was buying and like the money that he had and how much he could buy with that, like
She does a lot
On
of
a
math
shop-
in my campaign.
on a shopping spree.
I mean, how many copper coins
14
can fit
minus
into a Pringle
6. I
can?
don't know what that is. I'm just going through the crap on my desk. Oh, see,
That
this
is a
is from when
shoulder.
I was playing with note
just see
blocks on
Dad.
Minecraft. It's
Oh, Ryan
Oh.
died. Dad,
I don't remember what that's the word the notes for. But I was
Oh, I do still
playing
have
with
Kai in here.
notebooks on Minecraft.
Actually, Kai's stats aren't super broken. Like, they're broken, but not that broken.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, I get
All the good
village.
enchantments to get for villagers in Minecraft.
There you go. There's Kai's
A
stats.
reminder.
But bringing it back in. Languages,
Notes from
armor,
the session.
weapons. Anything else y'all want to clarify? Like, Jason, you
Actually,
might
map.
want to know more things about history, so you might want to stick around for that.
I have Whataburger fancy ketchup on my desk.
Yo, fancy ketchup.
Yo.
I still got some batteries if you want them.
Oh yeah, he saw this.
Pair of goggle.
Ryan, did we ever clarify where I'm from?
Let's
I
see.
see.
You are the...
I have a
spreadsheet
battery.
Here.
I lied. I have 2 fancy ketchup.
Okay, you're the elf bard. You're a stranger to this town. We did not. You said you came from a mercantile family, right?
Yeah.
There are a handful of major trading cities across Edelstein, or if you want to have like a little bit of criminal mixed in there, you could say you like smuggle goods from Schmeraldi. But if you're like regular, like cut of the mill individual here, there is a lot of trade around Chermaline Lake here. Apparently, I have a little bit of a accident here in shading. There's a town
Being
marker there, so
criminals
that's why I
would be
didn't see that.
interesting.
Yeah.
Could you pull up the major cities?
Major cities. Okay. Oh, right. And because I have like this blocker down here, you aren't able to see like my different things here. So I can all labels.
When
Edelstein.
did you put on sunglasses?
What
Just-
the?
These
I
are the
just
worst
looked-
sunglasses I own.
I just looked over and I saw your eyes had turned into like a video game character.
There we go.
I was like,
Major
what
cities.
The hell?
Minecraft creeper sunglasses.
Maybe it
Yeah.
would make sense for me to be on one of those Schmeraldi border cities.
Okay, so up here, let me, I can pull this up in Microsoft Paint because I have it printed out. How about that?
We could potentially, if you go the criminal route, we could potentially have known each other before, or at least, yeah.
I have it.
Maybe
We'll have to
like
figure out. It'll depend. It'll depend on what you decide. What I'll
yeah,
reveal.
because like I think it would make sense for my father to be, or like my family to be like, if it's ruthlessly greedy type things, makes sense.
It might end up that I know who you are, but you wouldn't know who I am until like
Yeah,
more things
I
are
think
revealed.
that may.
But
make
my
most
character,
sense.
like my character, a little bit of what he looks like. He wears a mask because he doesn't want to be recognized.
Hmm.
So like if you
Okay.
saw him under the mask, you might recognize him, have met him before, or you might just recognize him. It'll depend.
Is that one more south of?
This here, this
Yeah.
is, that's Jasper.
Is Jasper a port city?
I can pull up the details of Jasper. Let me go to my geography section. Geography, Edelstein, J for Jasper. A, B, C, D, E, F. So yeah, Jasper is a port city. They're kind of like a Switzerland type city. They do a lot of...
They stay out of most things.
Well, that is mainly due to the fact that they're surrounded by the Crown Mountains here. They're a good defensive position for taking down any incoming trade into Edelstein, coming from Schmeraldi over here. And so they have this sort of port axis where they store their navy. And then they also do a lot of their major trade coming out of that end of the port that goes all the way down here around to either these towns here or all the way down to the, what was this called? It's called something, something weird. It's like this here is the Ulma coast. I believe this here is like this foot-looking thing is the. Don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure it's the Nijirete ghost.
I'm quoting you on that.
Yeah, it's your world. We can quote you all we want.
What
I don't want to
city?
put up all the labels. I mean, I could, I can turn off the map. I can put up a big old long cat, and I can double check that for you.
What city
Long
would you
cat.
think would be the most appropriate for my character? Actually, that might just be
Double
up to
check.
DM's
I was
discretion
right!
based on.
Jasper might be a good city for my character to have come from. I don't know. It depends on what other details about Jasper there are.
So that was the Nijirete ghost. Jasper was okay. Yeah, the one in the Crown Mountains. So Jason, if there are, depending on how big is your family's trading company? Is it like on the scale of like, I don't know, Arby's, or is it on the scale of like Walmart?
So
Amazon.
my background is noble, so
Mhm.
big enough.
Big enough, because I
Big
could put you
enough.
in.
Just
let me turn on the
runs
labels
like
here.
Amazon.
Yeah, it's something corrupt like Amazon too.
Maybe like a Bed Bath & Beyond.
Not corrupt.
They have something beyond the bed and the bath. Anyway, here's the capital city of Citrine. It is about the size of Houston. 49 miles. Was it 49 or 42? It's a lot of miles across. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 49 is a multiple of 7. So yeah, it's 49 miles across. And then also we have Tourmaline here, which is also big on trade. So you could have them based in here. This large city here is mostly for its mining and excavation, as well as its gem trade. One thing I don't think I've actually mentioned yet about the world lore is that the major cities in all of the 3 continents are gem cities, which is based off of the gem system, which is where the capital of the country distributes a variety of gems to identify a specific city, and these are then distributed throughout the entire country to allow for a better boosting of sort of like magical ether signals, basically like internet route or internet like extenders, but for like magic and communications through magical means. So the cities that get the status of gem city are able to, well, in addition to being connected to essentially like the internet of the world, although it's not like as powerful as the internet, but communications wise it's like the internet. In addition to becoming a gem city, at least for Edelstein, the getting the rank of a gem city allows you to have access to a lot more government support as well, with trade and such. Golem is not a gem city. It is, depending on how much history Jason knows, he might be able to tell y'all during the session.
Question.
Because history. Yes.
So in your world, magic is boosted by crystals.
Yes. The magical field, the ether, around like crystals and gemstones, the ether has like a higher density to it.
I feel like I just got talked to by like a lady in her mid-30s talking to me about crystals and gems boosting magic. Yeah, didn't you know? Like, these gems will enhance your magical abilities. I feel like I'm being scammed here.
But yeah, I guess it's kind of based off of, or like built on top of the teleporter in my one-shots that Hagatha and Hagriet were using, where they had to...
Wait, was that in this world too?
No, that was not in this world.
Oh, okay.
Just like
Unfortunately not.
concept-wise.
I was planning on
it's
having
similar.
Eric with a gay be part of my character's background, and I can't do that. I was super sad.
Eric with a K in this world.
What?
But yeah, in that one shot, you had to have a sort of like a large shelf-sized unit that allowed you to tune into the system and connect to different points in the network. And so that is then focused through a gem, which is granted by the city to give you that specific identification as that city. And there are certain gems that have like a higher like ether density that gathers around them, and certain gems that have less ether density gathered around them. And that's kind of like the big status symbol for a lot of cities.
So, question for the DM, completely
Yes.
unrelated.
Gems are not as
a-
valuable.
No,
in
no,
this case.
not about this. As a wizard, I get a familiar, right?
Yes.
And I can see through that familiar's eyes.
Yes.
Do I then gain the benefits of like things like dark vision?
If your familiar has dark vision.
Oh, cool! I have dark vision of 120 feet because of my owl.
Yeah.
I can see in the dark now. Yay!
It also costs, some amount of like incense and charcoal or whatever to change your familiar.
Yeah, but if I just keep it as an owl,
Owl
It's
flies
10.
away in the wind. Or like
he
gets
doesn't
knocked
want
away
me
in
to
the
have
wind.
the owl.
Goodbye, Hedwig.
See, if I
You
just
served
have
your
the
purpose.
owl perched on the top of my head,
Mm.
I can just use that as it's my seeing eye owl.
My hair is a bird. Your argument is invalid.
Exactly. Hold on, I'm genuinely. Yeah, you are blind and deaf with regards to your own senses.
Yeah, but you can like
But
feel, like
I
if
can
someone
still
taps you on the
walk
shoulder, you can come back.
around, right?
Yeah.
If I just constantly am seeing
Oh
through
my
the
goodness.
owl, I don't use my own eyes. I use the owl.
I did not know that's how that worked. That's going to
Does
be
it-
so
does it
excellent
not
for it.
take
I have a new
a-
character today. Thank you.
Does it not have a limit on how many times you can do it per day and for how long?
Nope.
That is
It just
excellent.
the
That is-
only limit is the familiar must be within I believe 100 feet of you. No, wait, yeah, 100 feet for me to tell him to communicate telepathically, which is what allows me to see through its eyes and ears. So what I'm hearing is
Your argument is invalid. My head is a bird.
I have the owl on my head. See, I'm considering doing either an owl or a bat. Because I figure if it's a bat, I get blind sight, but it's shorter. It's 60 feet rather than 120. An owl gets 120 of dark vision. I think I'm going to go with the owl.
I've had an idea for a deaf character for so long, and I was planning on making him an artificer who made his own like hearing aids. But now that's like he could just be a wizard with a familiar.
It's my seeing eye familiar.
Yeah,
I'm so happy.
you're like a blind character would be cool.
I just
Using that.
countered my.
Or you get a super disadvantage if the familiar died.
Just take into account the fact that your familiar has its own AC.
Does it?
Like, it can get destroyed.
Well, yeah.
Like,
And
what
then
if
I
you have
just
like
go
a
to my
really
normal
tiny
vision.
familiar that hid inside of your armor?
I could. Oh no! Wait. Does the rat? Hold on. Does the rat have dark vision? It has 30 feet dark vision. I could have a rat just hiding in my.
Oh my god.
Rats, we are the rats. Celebrate another birthday, rats.
But I feel like the owl is better because it can fly.
I still don't know. Like, I know it's Germa, but I don't know like the origin video of that.
It's from like 8 years ago.
Michael, it's your birthday today.
It's like Microsoft made like their own like animator type of thing for like old Windows stuff, and it was made in that, and he just dubbed over it.
Mm-hmm.
I am so happy right now. Okay, what are the odds that the owl can fit in my shell? Just curious.
Not high.
Okay,
Have a
figured.
teacup chihuahua.
I don't think I can choose a chihuahua.
Darn it. Like, specifically a teacup chihuahua. You know how tiny those things are?
Because like actual turtles, when they tuck everything in,
Yeah, no,
it's just like it's like flush with the shell,
Yeah, no, I
rather than having a pocket.
That's why I figured I would ask, but wasn't expecting much.
Yeah.
Also,
You can
follow-up
certainly
question.
try.
You could try getting a seeing eye tardigrade.
Art
What?
grade.
A tardigrade.
That's a great idea.
A
You'll probably
troglodyte?
regret looking up
No.
images of a tardigrade,
I'm
but
not going
it's
to
there.
then.
A
Alright.
tardigrade is just like a tiny little like
It's a microscopic
yeah,
bug
the
thing.
microscopic organism.
Well, I can technically. There's a spider familiar.
Actually, there was a tardigrade in Ant-Man. He passes
Oh my
one.
gosh. It looks like a ball.
Oh, that thing. Yeah. I know what. I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, okay.
It's a little
My-
gross and squishy, and lumpy.
In
but yeah.
combat, it rolls its own initiative and acts on its own turn.
Mhm.
I'm a little confused by the next line though. A familiar can't attack, but it can take other actions as normal. So what is
It's like it
do?
can move,
And
it can
how
dash, it
does
can
it-
disengage.
But attack.
Cannot attack now.
If I action or something
You are cutting off
like
by
trinket. Oh, so, I thought if I gave it my action, like trinket, essentially, can't it attack? then?
That's a difference between the ranger like animal
doesn't it work
companion
similar?
versus wizard familiar.
Does it not work similar though?
It not in that regard, no.
Okay. Yeah, because I see.
Because
Like,
usually
if
it's like
I-
a CR like 0 animal.
Well, yeah, but it still has an attack. It's got a
I'm
plus
going to
three
pull
hit,
up
man.
the stat for a cat.
I have the owl stats pulled up right here. Don't worry. Plus 3
1
to hit,
slashing
1
damage.
slashing damage. But
Yeah.
my thought is, if I'm in my shell, can it still attack?
Since it says it doesn't have an attack, I would not allow it.
Okay.
Cat has advantage on wisdom? That rely on smell. Okay.
Mhm.
You can have a frog. It's
Also-
tiny.
Hey Ryan, the owl doesn't provoke opportunity attacks when it flies out of an enemy's reach. Good luck hitting my owl,
Just target the owl.
Someone
Oh my
pulls up
God.
a bow.
Ryan. I've
So
come
if
to
the
say-
owl is like right there, theoretically, somebody who is perhaps a rogue could do a sneak attack.
Yeah, but it would have to be right there, and my owl's not stupid enough to do that.
So, with the last 15 minutes of our session, let's talk about how y'all work together.
We don't. End of
We all
story.
just do our own thing and then try not to kill each other.
Then you break
Someone may
apart.
die.
Actively try to kill
We
each other. What are you talking
specifically
about? I'm going
request
for
that
all
we
of
make
you.
characters that can work together.
Nah. You're all screwed. I'm gonna go for all of you.
I'm
Right,
not
so we
thinking
have-
first.
Morgan's character, who is a rogue, but is going to be, good. So
Awful good.
that would probably mesh well with, say, Mario's character, and maybe even Jason's character, since you're all aligned good. You have that sort of mesh together.
I still don't know where I fall on this.
You'll
Ryan,
be
you're good or
encompassing.
neutral.
You're everywhere
You'd
at the
probably
same
get along
time.
best with Paul, since Paul
I'm
is true neutral.
somewhere.
Me looking
Um,
at the gender spectrum.
Paul and actually, since Paul and Ryan are like very obscure races, Aarakocra and Tortle, you might be able to get
Whoa,
along.
Aarakocra isn't obscure. Turtle is.
Have you seen the races
Is it
of
obscure
distribution in this
your
world?
Well, I don't know about your world, but I'm talking about like in a normal world. Aarakocra is.
What is the race distribution in this world?
That is a good question. Mainly human in
All
Edelstein.
human.
Although
All human.
I'd say about 1 in 15 people are an alternative race. And of course, usually when there's someone of, like, say you meet a dwarf, there's probably going to be more dwarfs around them because they're around their family. But if you average it across the country, it's probably about 1 in 15 people are human, or 1 in 15 people are not human. If you go over to Schmeraldi, it's the same sort of case, but for Elvish. Actually, it'd be more like 2 and 3 in Schmeraldi are Elvish, and then the other third is mostly human and then a handful of other races. Or the other third we'll say is a mix of just all the other races.
So I'm assuming
Also, wait
that
a minute.
Aarakocra is not common in these big cities then.
They can
You
be.
think a turtle is?
I mean, these cities have large populations.
Yeah, no, I'm
Yeah.
just now realizing we're probably gonna be like racially profiled.
Uh-oh.
Because
Uh-oh.
because 4 of us are non-human.
Yeah,
In a
wait.
continent dominated by humans.
Yeah.
I mean,
3
1 in
the-
15 isn't
The
that
one
low.
human, the one human
No.
in the group.
is a criminal.
Yeah.
And then 3 of us look almost non-human in general. The Goliath is
The one
giant
human
and
in
white.
the group is the criminal.
A turtle in Aarakocra, the closest thing to human is the human and the elf, but the elf is like that is the closest to human that isn't human.
I
And
will
we have
say the
3
statistic
very
is
non-human.
slightly
the one
skewed
human who is
because of the population
a,
of citrine.
the
the
one
population
human
of
who is a
We're
criminal
totally gonna
and
get
on the
racially
run.
Profiled. Oh no!
Do you want racism in this world?
I just assume it exists.
I mean, I
because-
assume it exists.
yeah. I mean,
Don't be
racism
racist. I am a building.
Oh, just wait
Oh,
until some
well.
straight race. Just like so, my character may be a lawful good, but he's also super protective. So once he bonds with their group, it's gonna be just gonna stomp on anybody who even looks at y'all funny. It'll be so great.
I'm just gonna charm everyone we meet, okay?
My dude is
Just-
not gonna
hey.
care. I will be an active detriment if I ever try and charm anyone.
My character will care more about racial profiling than your character will care about being profiled.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just realizing now, like out of character, we're totally gonna get racially profiled at some point.
I mean, you've
We're
got
gonna-
3 humanoids on your
Some
team and
point.
2 non-humanoids.
I mean, to be
Well, I
fair
guess
though,
Aarakocra and
kind
Tordor
of
are
a general
somewhat
word
humanoid,
with
but they're
misfits.
they're farther out.
They're all humanoid, but
Yeah.
as far as
Aarakocra
like,
and Tordor are farther out.
as far
on
as
that scale.
human looking,
Yeah.
we and Goliath doesn't really fall under human looking.
It's just a big human.
That's pale, like pale gray.
Hold on, let me look up D&D Go.
I've
Also,
met
I will
people like
say that Mario's family is well known and like well respected
Yeah, but still, it's
for being
not like
good.
it's not like any of us are common to exist in like a big city or any city.
1 in 15 is a lot.
Yeah, but that's like mostly elves and half elves and dwarves. How often do you
True, like
encounter an
Aarakocra
Aarakocra?
and Tordor
I mean,
are going
1
to
in
be
15
more
isn't
or
a
less
lot.
common.
That's 6.67%.
Yeah, but like again, that's
I mean, in cities with populations of thousands.
6.67%. And then what is like an Aarakocra's percent of that? Probably not high.
Pulls up
What is
Google.
a turtle's percent of that?
Not high at all.
Yeah.
Every
You're
time
gonna
you
see a
lean
turtle that
back
often.
even slightly, Chewbacca comes into focus. It's so funny. And now he's
You're
not
welcome.
because you're
Oh,
trying
no,
to.
There you go.
Whenever I move my hand here.
It's like if your face or something is close enough, it'll do it.
Like if you turn off your face to the side, it'll do it.
The other
Yeah, like-
side.
Other side, other side. Yeah, there it is.
There it goes.
it was there for a second.
I'll just do this.
Oh,
so you
there
can
it
see.
is.
But yeah, the population of this world is in the millions. So
Okay.
Yeah, but still, it's not going to be common to see. Like, I doubt we're going
That's
to
like to me.
stumble
We should
upon
collect
another
some stones and
Aarakocra or
snap them.
turtle that often.
all right.
Ryan,
So how
just
about
to
this?
spite us, makes like every single person we meet in either an Aarakocra or a turtle.
Yeah. He's like, all right, every non-humanoid is either elf, Goliath, turtle, or Aarakocra. Screw all the others. No goblins, no draconics. Just those
No,
guys.
I want to speak goblin
So-
to a goblin.
How about this?
No, I'm not. This isn't a criticism. It's just a comment on the probable facts. I'm not.
Raise your
criticizing-
hand if you want racism.
Okay, not the real world, but in this world, because I want to deal with racism. I want to encounter it. I want
That
to
is
react.
terrible.
Racism! No!
Did you say to
You should-
racism?
You should clip
Yes,
that and
exactly.
and post as a short
Oh,
on
no.
this channel.
No,
Oh,
no.
Oh, God,
We
that's
need
gonna
a
be
clip channel, we need a
context
clip
later on in my
channel.
life.
It
oh
will
god, that's gonna
be.
be so out of context later on in my life.
Oh
Oh, it's racism! Yeah!
Racism! Oh no, I
You
spilled my
talking
salt
about
water.
Nazis earlier?
So
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get
The-
canceled sometime later on in
the
life.
the 10-minute bell is going off again.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
no.
yeah.
All right. In world,
Canceled for want of
raise your
racism.
hand
gonna
if you want
actually set 10
racism in
alarms.
the world.
I mean, I
I
imagine
think
it's
In the
going.
world.
fun to deal
In the
with as
world,
an
I would be
art-
okay with it.
I think
Yeah, sure.
role playing against it would be fun.
Yeah, sure.
I mean,
All right.
I'd imagine it would exist
I
don't-
can't wait to
anyway.
stop
There's
I-
no
I don't
perfect
think
world
it
like
should-
that.
I don't think it should dominate what we're doing.
Oh no, for sure
oh,
not.
absolutely
it-
not. But we've
it
got
would-
to stumble on the
Racist.
occasional racist.
It would make playing for non-humans very
Mm.
not fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, if it was dominant, yeah, no, we just have to deal with racial profiling and
Just
like,
literally
racism.
everywhere.
Just we walk into the tavern. Oh, get out of here, you non-humans! Oh well.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
guess
Okay,
we're
now
not
you have to
welcome
come
here.
up with a word for like a almost like a slur
No, we
for
don't.
like anybody
No, we
who's not a
don't.
No, we
human.
don't. We
No,
don't.
no
We do
slurs.
not have to come up with- We do
I
not
said
have to come up with
GG 6
No,
times and I
like
got banned for a
like
week.
slur, just like a word that people use for anybody who's not a human.
We really
That is
don't
typically
need
not
it.
like
I don't
any
need it.
non-human.
I don't think
I don't
All
know
right.
if that's
You do-
necessary.
So
vocabulary
moving on
for
from
it.
racism, moving past racism, we're done with racism.
Non-human. There we go.
Um,
That's a-
what we're gonna do is we're gonna say for racial distribution, we're gonna pick a die. We got a D6, a D8, a D12, and a D10. So which die do you want me to roll where a 1 on this die would result in the person you encounter being some other race?
I feel like
We can even do D4 if you want.
Well, if it's a 1 in
I feel
15, the D10 would make most sense.
I was gonna say D12.
D12, yeah.
And it doesn't
Anyone
have to
has
be
those
1 in
options.
15.
I think personally, because I like encountering other races, I think a 1 in 10 or 1 in 8 seems fun.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because
So let's
especially
throw out
since
the
we're all
12.
playing uncommon races, I feel like the chances of us encountering like an elf or a goblin or something like that should be semi-common, but us encountering something like us is a lot harder.
Portal.
All right,
We
so we
come
got
across the
D4,
turtle
D8,
village.
6, and 10.
I think,
Do we want to throw out the D4?
yeah,
Yeah.
No
that's too
D4.
common.
6, 8, 10.
I
I'd
think
say
either,
10.
I'm okay with 10. I
Keep
was
the
gonna say
10?
either 8 or 10 to be.
Yeah,
different
8 or
races.
10.
Also 8 or 10.
All right, we get rid of the 6. And
I
now,
think it would also. I feel like it would also kind of depend on where exactly you're at. So like if you're at a
That's
place where
true.
it's more common to have somebody
if
else.
we're
Like in general, it'll be a D10, but like if we're at a place that's specifically known for other races.
Yeah, if we're in the rural south of wherever the heck we are, we're not going to encounter that many other races.
If we're outside the city,
Because-
it might be like a D whatever, but like in Citrine or something like D8 or
Yeah,
something.
in big cities, probably pretty. It's not uncommon, I would say, but I don't know. I mean, it's your world. You can decide.
well, it's also the world you'll be playing in for.
Yeah, well,
The plot I have
we are-
scheduled out is a minimum of 52 sessions.
yeah, well, we all live in the real world, and yet there are things about it I don't want to have to exist, but we don't get a say in that.
Racism.
Yeah, racism exists. I don't want it to, but I don't get a say in if it does. So I feel like some of it shouldn't be in our hands. But that's just me. And that's how I treat my kids.
Like, if it makes you all uncomfortable, we don't include it,
Oh,
obviously.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alright, so now we have to make the DM as uncomfortable as possible. With everything we do.
Why do you think I'm running Bard?
Oh, you're gonna
I'm
be
joking. That's a
you're gonna
joke.
be a
That's
bard,
a joke.
though.
You're one of those bars.
That's a
Remember,
joke.
Jason, in the last one shot I had you in? Yeah. So with Alex and my brother, you started flirting with the shopkeep,
Wait, did I?
and then you had to run town.
Oh yeah. Because
Wait, you had to run town or run from
Run from
So-
town.
town? Okay.
yeah, I started
To
flirting
avoid
with
going
the
on a date.
shopkeep. I started flirting with the shopkeep to get shit or something
Yeah.
like that.
To lower a price or whatever.
Yeah, and then because she was like some, what was she, like an orc? or
An
something?
orcish woman.
An orcish woman. So we fled town after that.
All right, so now we gotta flirt with every shopkeep. Or Jason, you specifically have to flirt with every shopkeep we encounter.
It's a lot. I was playing a wizard. I'm playing a bard now. That would actually like be feasible.
Yeah.
Wait, you were
Sleeps
okay,
with everyone.
So I have to flirt with every shopkeep we encounter.
I take great pleasure in making all my bards ace because it's really funny.
Woo! Ace rip.
It goes against like the bard mold.
Yeah.
And as far as what is common
Jason,
for like
is your
people to
bard ace?
want to sleep with in this world, man to woman is like usually where people end up if they want to have children because that's
Wow.
how mechanics work.
Yeah, there's
But
also
reptilian
magic that
races,
could allow it.
in cases of high isolation, can also have children on their own, because
That's
life
truly ace.
finds a way.
Man, if only I could do that.
Asexual in the biological sense.
Just isolate myself in my room for several months and then I have a child. Perfect. If only.
And then people fall like if people are seeking like pleasure, they would go out of that like typical relationship, like that common relationship. But usually, most people don't stick in that for like if they're looking to pass on a bloodline.
Now I feel like I gotta ask. Is there a brothel in town? I feel like I have to ask now.
Good question, Mr.
Let me
Wizard.
pull up my map. I put a lot in this map.
If we're gonna have like racism, are we also gonna have like homophobia and transphobia?
I would say no.
Good. That one I don't want to have to deal with.
Why?
I'm fine with racism. I'm not fine with homophobia.
I'm
or
going through all the
transphobia.
listings on my map
That's another
here.
one out of context.
Oh yeah.
That just
Are we
reminded
sure
me
we
of
can't make
something.
this unlisted? Can we
Oh,
make the session 0 unlisted at least?
That might be a good idea.
Because, my god, I think I've just ruined my career in the future. I've ruined a lot of future careers right here.
You just reminded me of something.
How
I'm
you've
only
also
gonna
ruined your future career?
No.
Okay.
I'm only gonna send it to you, Jackie, just because I don't want to put it in main chat without like out of context.
Hold on. I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah. It's that here.
Yeah.
No, it's the community thing
Yeah.
where she's like, I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty.
I love
you
community.
can excuse racism?
I actually know that
so
one
that is-
purely because of Pringus
Yeah.
McDingus, if any of you know that channel.
I don't know that channel.
It's a good channel. They do fun stuff. But they did it with Sonic characters. Which is entirely how I know that clip.
Alright, so looking through my map, this town has no strip club.
Whoa, there's a difference between a
No.
brothel and a strip club.
That
Oh,
is true.
yeah.
That is very
Why do
true.
I know this?
I know it too.
We're all adults here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Barely.
but some of you actually feel sexual attraction.
Yeah.
It doesn't
So,
mean you
like-
don't know about the world.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because this town is so tight-knit, people would kind of like know, you know?
Alright, so new
if
objective,
you-
we start a brothel in this town.
Yeah.
But I will say your first main quest line is going to be traveling out of the town. So you could come across a city that has options.
We could also just ignore the main quest, like you said.
And start our own brothel
And start
business.
our own brothel.
You will not be leveling up in that case.
We don't.
We're
need
going
we'll
to
be leveling
transform
up,
this
leveling up our
town.
bag, our money, you know.
The Festival of Salmon won't be the only tourist trap here.
We'll become
Oh,
the most
no.
popular business in town.
Citrine, better watch out. New town and new major.
But yes,
town
I will
in the
be
area.
presenting you with the main quest line after the first session. So session 2, you're going to be prompted with
All right,
the
so
main
for
quest line.
session 1, we can start a brothel, is what I'm hearing.
Well, session 1, you're at the Festival of Salmon, and you're like getting introduced to this town.
Yeah, getting introduced to and setting up a brothel.
That's what I'm hearing.
You have 4 hours.
All right, boys. Let's just. All right.
Alright, we're gonna steal a building. We're gonna.
No. Idea. We take Mario's business and turn it into a physical training, but also there's a side business of a brothel.
Yeah, like
The
underground.
Goliath.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
There's the
Goliath.
underground chunk, which is just a brothel.
Ah, yes, the Goliath girdle.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get George to like charm people into going. We can just set up an entire like. Why am I suggesting this? I'm the wizard, not the rogue.
Why are you suggesting this? Because it's you.
Hold on. What do you mean by that? Hold on.
Yeah, this rogue in particular isn't particularly gold hungry, so
This wizard
All
is
right, Paladin.
Oh yeah. This wizard is
Okay, so
particularly chaotic.
primarily my character is paladin. The only reason why I'm taking labels in rogue is to like it's part of his backstory. His backstory wouldn't make as much sense if he was just paladin. And also I think it's cool to combine classes.
It's very salty.
Yeah, that's what happened when you put salt in water.
I mean, it's nice, but like,
No,
also
it's
people like
not.
salt their
No, it's not.
like alcohol and
That's just-
stuff. Like they put salt on the rim for like the flavor.
Okay, oh yeah, but that's like lime salt. It's flavored.
Yeah.
I thought that was different stuff.
There's a big difference between that and just straight salt water.
Oh, sodium
Yeah.
chloride?
That's what I said.
Sodium chloride.
No.
Sodium chloride. What is the real term for water?
Dihydrogen.
Dihydrogen
Dihydrogen
monoxide.
monoxide.
Yeah, there you go.
Or you could do
You know,
Or
some
hydric
people-
acid.
there was-
Hydric acid.
There was a petition that went
The
around
wet
at one
substance.
point to ban dihydrogen monoxide at
yeah.
factories, and people were actually signing it because they didn't know what dihydrogen monoxide was.
Yeah.
They're like, this sounds like a
Dihydrogen.
dangerous chemical. Yeah, we'll sign this petition to not have it be in these factories.
Although I will say, looking
water.
deeper into the
Water
map
from
here,
town as well.
because I am basing this off like just this first city, just so I can learn city planning. This town does have a bar where it's not a Hooters in the real like thing, but it's
Oh,
similar. It's called the Safari.
Is this the city that's based off of the town that has the party in my pants thing?
Yes. Oh yeah,
Did
party in my
Not just the
pants.
brothel.
That's right.
So
Would
wait,
that
hold
not
on.
just
Is
be
Party
the
in My
brothel?
Pants a place?
So I looked into Party in My Pants, and Party in My Pants is a like women's hygiene store.
Oh.
Oh.
That's a lot less fun.
Yeah, that is a lot less
One of the
fun.
reviews
should
was
rebrand.
there was in fact no party in my pants.
I want to delete that knowledge from my memory banks because it's much more fun to just think of it as the Party in My Pants store or the Party in My Pants building.
I will. So this town and this state.
Well, guys,
Party
we know what our brothel will be called.
Third Avenue. It is next to the First Assembly of God Church. It is in the same block as the First
So-
Assembly of God Church.
Is there a church in this town?
There's a handful.
All right, one of them, we need to get the building next to it.
Yeah.
Party without my pants.
No, it's still in the pants.
Let's
Okay.
see here.
Party in my
Is-
pants. No
I'm gonna
one
put
will
up
know
the
what
long
they're
cat real
getting
quick.
into.
Go to Dolam. Okay.
No one will know what they're getting into.
So if that
This
is
beautiful.
I am chaotic.
We have.
I'm in
you
the-
truly are.
I'm gonna be very sad not playing a chaotic character. To be fair, though, Xander's not chaotic either. He's just sad.
I don't think I can possibly do non-chaotic, just because as a person I'm far too chaotic.
I have tried making chaotic characters. All my characters have been neutral so far. Oh wait, no, because Finley, my Finley character is chaotic. He's chaotic good. It's very funny. He tried to knock somebody out of a chair one time. It's the most chaotic thing he's been able to do since that campaign has like no role play.
all right. So unmasking the map of Dolam here.
Pew, pew,
That is where partying my pants would be.
What do you mean would be? Will be.
Is
All right, guys, we've got a location for our business.
of course.
We get Mario to help us start it up. We've got a genius idea, guys. The underwear. Well, is that underwear or pants? I can't tell.
Those are jorts.
Oh, okay. Party in my jorts. I think this is a worthwhile investment.
Oh my gosh, I
What
have
did you
to have
question?
Xander say jorts at some time. Hopefully somebody will question him on him and he has to explain what jorts are.
Okay.
Go for
It would be so funny.
Well,
Yo, nice.
we now we have our own personal side quest now. We
The
start a
ultimate
single party in
goal.
my pants.
The
then we
ultimate
make
goal of the
then we make a
campaign.
chain. We make
A
a chain of just
brothels.
party in my pants brothels.
By the way, the safari is right here.
What is the safari?
The safari is like the Hooters like bar, where like
Oh.
the bartendesses,
Waitresses.
the waitresses, sure.
Oh, whoa.
Wear like
Whoa,
sussy clothing.
They wear what?
Sussy clothing. Sus.
You
Hold
use
on.
that word. I do not think it means what you think it means.
Where's
Sus.
clothing?
It's okay. I don't think that the word sus is correct here, but sure.
No, it is correct here.
Is it?
Yes. Yes, it is.
They just wear full spacesuits.
Space
You think
safari.
it's sus because they dress
Oh,
up
no.
like the Among Us characters.
Yeah, have you
That is
guys
why
never
this-
played that famous game? Instead of Mafia in this world, it's called Among Us. Oh god. Oh no, I saw that. I'm afraid now. Oh god, so many.
Oh, what?
So
You're
many.
doing the Club
What
Penguin
is
dance?
happening?
What happened?
You
I
missed.
missed
You missed. Terrifying.
Oh, it was Amogus.
What?
I'm so confused. Anyway.
I now have a plan for the safari if anyone ends up going there.
Well, isn't
Yo,
that the
Thurston
tavern where we
Waffles?
all meet?
Oh yes. What price point are you looking for in your starting town or your starting like hotel or inn rather? Because there's a handful here.
Any chance I can get free? I don't got a lot of money.
Yeah,
Talk
so-
right like me.
I mean, as of right now, I think my character has like just whatever the the standard 10 gold. But like I can change that according to what you think he might have. I don't know
I
if you
have
would have
5
stolen.
gold. Excuse
I have 25, so I'm good.
Bloody
I say
hell.
standard 10 because if you don't do anything with your character gold wise, then it just gives you 10 on D&D Beyond. If you don't specify, it just gives you
So
10.
there are three inns in this city. There is the Cedar. Well, it's actually called the hotel, the Cedar Hotel, because it is for the upper class individuals, where it's basically a big
there.
old mansion where the rooms are rented out to people who want to stay at the mansion for the Festival of Salmon, and it's right near the major road. Hopefully, yeah. Okay, yeah, cool.
How
I still have
expensive
the
is this
tab on it.
place?
That is a good question for me to figure out. I'm going to say it's 5 gold per night.
5
Jeez.
gold. Ooh.
Well,
It's for the extra rich.
It's shocking that I'm the one that has like the most money in the party. Since
No,
I'm the
no.
one who
I also have 25.
Oh, okay.
I have 5.
Because
I
I
can
just
change
wander.
mine. I didn't even think of my gold money, so I don't know
I
if
feel
that's
like I might have.
accurate
Maybe I
as
should
to
have
what
gone
you
with
would have.
Nomad as well, because
Oh, wait, I have a lore reason for this. Never mind. For my character.
no, but I feel like
in the
Nomad
city-
Honestly,
doesn't
my
work.
character could
Or
go either
Harvey
way. He
doesn't
could either
work.
have a lot of gold or no gold, depending on either lore wise. It would make sense either way. So
There is also the Cobblestone Inn, which is next to the Deepwater Tavern, where
next to the
that is
Dirt
like
Inn.
the. No, that's actually the like middle class ish inn. It's only I can pull up inn prices here somewhere. Popular stats. Improvising damage severity. It's somewhere. Off the top of my head, I'm pretty sure it is 5 silver per night for a night
pretty
at
good.
the Cobblestone Inn. You know what, Ryan? Since you probably know this stat off the top of your head, what is the cost at the not the Lion Shield Coster Inn? What's the inn in your town?
Stonehill Inn.
Stonehill Inn. Yeah. What is the cost for a night there?
Should be 5 silver pieces.
5 silver pieces. Yeah.
Because
And then there's like the dirt cheap Eagles Nook Inn, which is kind of like the cheapest of the cheap inns. You're kind of just like packed in. You're given a bed. It's basically like a youth hostel, if any of you know what that is.
Yeah.
Nope.
Basically, it's a big room with a lot of like cots, like camping, not like those like raised up bits. I forget the name for those. Like
Cot?
basically, it's a cot, right?
Yeah. The thing
Okay.
we use in camping?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it's a
it's
cot.
basically a handful of cots in just like a big open room, and that is 1 silver per night. Although it does not have any food provided, you have to bring your own rations and stuff. The Cobblestone Inn is kind of like your run-of-the-mill inn, and it's got a very highly acclaimed tavern next to it, as well as a toolsmithing shop as well in the same block.
Alrighty then.
All up to you where you end up going.
I would like to talk to you later about a few things in particular.
Sure. Since Jason and Ryan have things to clarify, Paul and Morgan, do you have anything else that you want to ask or anything of that nature?
Not at the moment.
Since
I have
we're-
something for Paul.
15 over. Okay, sure.
Put your armor on, man.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Sorry, I was looking at your character to try and figure out what your background was because I was considering maybe swapping to that one, and I saw you didn't have your armor on. So,
Yeah, no, let me do that.
and as we have established with Morgan, that's very important.
Okay, maybe he wouldn't have, but it's very possible he would have survived if he had armor.
I thought you did put your armor on to get to 14.
I did, but I took it off again for some reason.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't need that right now.
All right. But yeah, Paul and Morgan, do you have anything you want to ask or clarify?
I don't. I put some stuff into private messages, and also all that stuff is also on the Word doc. It's all just copy and paste from the Word doc. If you have any questions on that, you can ask me pretty much
Yep.
anytime. So.
And just to clarify, we're going to be starting, in June. June 3rd is our our session 1 start.
All right.
Unless you want to do move to like Fridays for like a weekly session. It's all up to y'all. Or even Sunday nights, I can do that as well.
I cannot do Sunday.
Right.
I have another D&D session on Sundays.
So it's all up to y'all's schedules. I am just seeing my box light up, and it is mostly just the long cat again.
Last 30 seconds.
I think Sundays
s-
works good for me. Or Saturdays.
Sundays?
Sorry, Saturdays.
Okay.
Yeah.
Saturdays would be bi-monthly, so every other week.
No, bi-weekly.
Bi-weekly is twice a week.
Blank is stupid because it can either mean
Wait.
twice every that or once every 2 that.
Oh, is it?
Like
Okay.
bi-yearly
Yeah, I
could mean
thought-
twice a year or once every 2 years.
Yeah, it works either
It's
way.
so stupid.
Every 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so every other week, because Ryan has his session every other week.
Yep.
So it'd
This
be
is
like
gonna take a
swapping
lot
back
of
and
stress
forth
off
for some of
me.
them.
Alternating weeks
Uh,
is going to be convenient.
Also, you're just at summer break, so that too.
Yeah, but I'm also getting a job. So
I've already
Hmm.
pretty much finished my summer break because now I'm doing summer research, and that's going to be basically a full-time job.
Yeah.
Hey, but I get free on-campus housing, which is cool.
That's fair.
Nice.
Yeah, if y'all
Right.
wanted to do a weekly basis, it would have to be like Fridays or something.
I think bi-weekly is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Once every 2
beans.
weeks.
Yeah, once every 2 weeks, not 2 times every 2 days.
to make sure we all understand.
To be clear, yes.
To prevent any possible confusion.
Let me be clear.
Wouldn't that be being opaque?
Oh, true. So yeah, Morgan and Paul, you're free to go.
All right.
Since
You're
it is 18
excused.
minutes past the
The bell does
4-hour
not
mark.
excuse you.
I
The
excuse
The long
myself.
cat does.
The long cat excuses you.
I have never once been told that.
Lucky.
The long cat excuses you? I would hope you didn't.
The
I
bell
was
does
told that
not
all the
excuse
time in
you, I
elementary
do.
school.
The long cat excuses you? Well, you had a
I
weird
definitely have
childhood.
heard that before.
Oh, absolutely.
So yeah, Ryan, what
Alright,
clarifications
head
did
up.
you want?
It was mostly about being a turtle itself, because there was some
Okay.
stuff in the words.
And I'll go ahead and stop the recording here too, because why not?
I just had